Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know, I do appreciate you tuning on in today as we have officially, I know there's all that tampering, there's all that playing footsies with each other, but it gets real today as we finally do determine and learn who is going where and what is going to be happening. And your Seattle Seahawks have made a couple of signings. They started out today looking to help out a receiving core that has been emptied. Nobody's left in the house. There's a little tumbleweed blowing through, and Jake Bobo and JSN sadly playing cards in the corner. You got to add some guys. You don't want to do that just simply through the draft, but when you did look at this wide receiver free agent class, you couldn't just help but notice that it was a very weak one to pick through, and there wasn't a lot of vibrant parts to grab. And what the Seattle Seahawks have done within that is tried to find value. Tried to find, I think, very specific value for a position that they're going to need that might be harder to target in the draft, that can just fill into the role that's a necessary one in this offense. Clint Kubiak, of course, runs the West Coast offense, which is widely run across the league in a variety of different variations and forms, and it has evolved through the league, through the years, with the different coaching staffs that have used it. But one thing that Kubiak does within this scheme that is very unique to him, and his dad did as well, was it has a lot more of the deeping passing concepts built within it, more of the onus upon that at times, as opposed to other West Coast offenses where it is a little bit more short passing attack, intermediate passing attack, stay just kind of in the pocket of that, and occasionally push the ball down the football field. They don't quite operate as much like that with Kubiak, and so with Scantling coming here, he's coming here to fill the role of both being able to play on the outside, play the X role, play up on the line of scrimmage and be able to deal with press coverage and get off the press coverage, have the true burner speed both in quickness and long speed to take the top off the defense, and then you can have your other route runners functioning underneath within that. Many have mentioned about JSN with DK leaving. How would he find effectiveness? How is this going to occur? Well, it happens partially by making sure that you replace a guy with DK with a guy who's got true burner ability, who is truly a threat, and that ability to take that top off like he is. And you've added this here now. He's not coming in to be a number one wide receiver. He's not coming in here to be a DK Metcalf replacement. He's coming in here to serve that role. He'll be fluctuated in on a variety of different snaps. He understands the offense, having played with Kubiak before. The best success in his career has come when he's been in this offense, both with Kubiak last year and with Green Bay early to start his career off. So this isn't a big signing. I know the numbers at 5.5 look a little bit big, not big, but like, well, it's decent, 5.5, but it is a one-year contract for the wide receiver position. That's going to be kind of the standard contract for a guy that's anything other than just an every ordinary 4.55, number two receiver, maybe not as much speed, good hands, kind of guy that you see all over the marketplace, your Mac Hollins kind of cats, let's say, on that. 1 second here real quick. Off a little bit of a cold here, folks, so bear with me on that today. So I'm not going to have a big problem with this receiver, with this signing or anything, but feel pretty good about it because it does set you up better to not have to deal with that need in the draft. When we do approach this draft right now, I know the offensive line is the thing that's knocking at the back of everybody's mind right now. Get this dealt with, get this handled, do something. But the thing that you want to do if you're going to set the stage to have to be able to draft for offensive linemen is make sure you're freed up of having to draft any vital needs for this team. And this kind of move does that in this way, where that's one less thing that you necessarily have to go grab to get it taken care of. You can pick it if you want, but then you can truly pick it from the value position of things, where that's the highest value guy we got on the board, and we're going to take him then because of that. So not a lot of risk there. 1 year contract. Kind of expected something like this from somebody out there once you did lose DK at the same time of losing Tyler Lockett. Not a lot of risk in the future. And that $5.5 million is probably ultimately not what it will truly cost, as I'm sure we're going to come to find out that that's with probably some incentives built in, and the final dollar amount if he hits all of those incentives, so to speak. The other signing the Seahawks made was Demarcus Lawrence, the longtime edge for the Dallas Cowboys, former second-round pick, a high second-round pick, a guy with familiarity with Dirty, our defensive coordinator, so no doubt he gave that his stamp of approval on this situation and said, bring our guy in. Understandable there, and looking to go that route with it and bringing in that familiarity. What role he serves here is going to fill that power edge. I've harped on it a bunch. It's a necessity within this defense. You don't currently have it on the roster. Not really with the Uchenna Nwosu, not really with Aboye Mafe, not really with Derek Hall. I think Mafe is the guy that gives you the closest to the iteration of what you're looking for there, and it's a big, long guy who is very strong. That is the forefront of their skill set as that power edge. And it can be a little bit of an early down power edge where you're flexing guys out and doing whatnot with that, but that role's got to be fulfilled in this defense. And when you start with stopping the outside zone run and you're getting lateral out there, the outside zone run, it's built within the name of itself, wants to get out to the edges, to the outside. And so the easiest way to start to take that play apart is to be able to reroute that play back inside. And that's part of the reason this power edge is so important, is because of so many offenses throughout the league that lead with this outside zone kind of running game. And why you want to be, hey, we stop that first. Now we can get to the rest of our stuff. Now they're only getting a yard or two on first and second down when they run. Now we're getting them into the third and longs. Now we can get into the stacked boxes and the simulated pressures. So that's why I say it kind of starts with this, because you can't get to the stacked boxes and simulated pressure in Mike McDonald's defense until you can get those teams really into second and long, third and long situations. He doesn't tend to want to run it if you got like a 3rd and 4. And of course, that can be a bit of the difference in that early rundowns when are you giving up 4 or 5 yards, or are you giving up 1 or 2? Are you getting some penetration back there even and getting them into like a 2nd and 11, setting the stage for yourself to be able to be aggressive then by having a kind of player like this. And a little bit like the wide receiver of signing Valdez, this is of course more of an impactful signing. A little bit of people I see online getting caught up with the amount of money. I really wouldn't if I were you on this one. And again, I always say this, harp it again like Marquez, his numbers a little bit. The agents are always going to release these numbers first. So when you see these numbers reported, it's not the team reporting the numbers. It's coming from the player's agent. The players are going to report the numbers at the highest amount, sometimes even misreport the numbers. Why? Because they're trying to troll out there for new clients. They have a financial impetus to do so. And so when you see these initial numbers, try as you can when you first see them to not, wait till you can actually see them on Over the Cap. Wait till we have the final numbers posted to see what it truly is. I think many are out there already saying this, but I think this is really going to come down to being like a 2-year, $18 million deal, something like that, which is not a big price to pay for a guy that's, yes, 33 years old, but still very effective player. Now, the key on this deal is going to be, where is his foot? The Liz Frank injury used to be kind of one that could knock guys out for their career, and there was no doubt about it, you were out. Now the surgeries have come along, the rehabilitation's come along. I think there's a good reason to believe that they wouldn't be making this signing if they didn't think that he was going to be able to be back to being at 100% health. You're not going to run him out there for the same kind of snaps you ran him out there in his prime. You're going to kind of suit him to this role. You're the power, the strong side edge on early downs is where you're going to see him. And I think he's going to serve that really well because he is damn near impossible to move off his spot. He's so strong and he's so long. It's something that has shown up with him on tape for many years in that way. And then he gives you a little bit of pass rush in addition to that. It's not a complete nothing burger. It's not Red Bryant purely out there as like a 5-tech. He can give you some stuff. He's got a little bit of juice in that. It all works off the power and just kind of throwing the tackles around basically and being a brute. But he makes it work, and we've seen many edges make it work with that kind of skill set. I like this signing as well. I don't think that there's a lot of future commitment here. You needed this role in your defense. And like Marcus Valdez Scantling, this allows you to be freed up in what you're going to do in the draft. I understand the frustration out there as far as the offensive line goes. I have echoed the frustration out there as far as the offensive line goes. I get it as much as anybody out there. But it does appear that the team, though it is a little bit of a tougher path to make this happen, it's a path that can still make this happen because of how many draft picks they're working with and how much prime draft capital they're working with. More picks in the top 100 than anybody in this draft. That is where you can go and get multiple different offensive linemen. Now, would it be ideal to be able to get a Tevin Jenkins who's still out there right now and people are still hankering for, and rightfully so? Yeah, make you feel really great. But as well as what it allow you to do is just what these signings have done, which is you can come into this draft and instead of having to target a power edge, having to get the Michael Williams or the Jared Ivies or the Landon Jacksons, rather than having to maybe target those guys around early, now you're freed up of having to not really look at them at all if you don't want to. If there's a better, higher valued player that you then have up on your board. Tevin Jenkins would likewise be able to do that for you. with the offensive line position, if you can get at least him in here, not that you wouldn't still address the line, but you wouldn't have to hammer it in the way that we kind of think they're going to have to hammer it if they're not going to really go after it hard here in free agency. And they've got time left to do. There's still money to be left to be spent, and we know that they've had some at least interest in trying to get Will Freeze and putting legit money at Will Freeze to make that happen. So they didn't blink twice about that. So we do know that there's at least an interest on their part to get that done. But this is what you want John to do, is to get in. Yeah, you like star power, you like impact, but if you can get guys that can suit to a role and suit to that role really well, that takes care of one less thing that John's got to address in this draft. And the team has been kind of chasing this power edge with McDonald over the last year since he's been here. You thought Mike Morris could do it with his Michigan background. Didn't really work. Draymond Jones, I know he's got the pressure numbers out there from the edge as an early down guy, but really wasn't as strong against the run as you would hope, moving him from inside outside out there. Derek Hall came along as a pass rusher last year. He did not come along as a run defender. And Mafe is pretty good on there as all around in his game, but that does leave this as a kind of gaping hole here on this defense, especially when it comes to stopping the run. And there's two major points here, which is that power edge and getting yourself a couple of nose tackles this offseason to get that part of the defense better reinforced. Good signings here, though. Like both of these two, more room here and work still left to be done. A Tevin Jenkins signing would make you feel very good, I think, about overall where you kind of stand on things, as I know people would love to see the double dip and multiple linemen, and I have completely understood the other side of that, especially in light of some of these recent trades that they've made with DK and Geno. But they're not done yet. Just the opening day of free agency. We've got Cooper Kupp also officially out there on the market. The Rams not able to find a trade suitor for him. There'll be a pretty good market for him, it sounds like, though I know that there's a lot of heavy push here to bring him into Seattle. And no, Marcus Valdez Scantling does not prevent you from going out there and grabbing a Cooper Kupp. What's the price? What's the cost? Well, that depends on the competition of suitors, as I don't think you'd get a lot of money, but I think he's going to be getting over the 1 year kind of flyer deal we thought he might have been getting as we approach this offseason with that interest that is out there. But Scantling would be running a little bit of a different position. Cooper would be more Z slot. Scantling is going to be more outside, more purely, I would say, in that way. He does a little bit of slots. I think in my video I said, I dropped a Marquez video here just before the stream, and I think I said a third of his snaps were in the slot, but it was actually a fourth of his snaps last year were in the slot. So he does some of that as well and what he brings to play. But Cooper can do your Z stuff on the other side. This wouldn't prevent you from that on the other end. But he may just want to go with the draft at this point and round out the ranks that way, especially understanding the usage and the high usage of two tight end sets at that. Give me one quick second if you guys could. We may not go super late tonight because I don't know if I'm fighting off a little bit of something or what, but definitely working through a little bit here. But I want to see where you guys are at tonight. I know we've all been kind of going through the process of trying to figure this team out and get a little bit more clarity. We do not yet have quite an understanding of where the cap situation lies currently. I know that's going to be one of the big questions that's going to be asked. The Sam Darnold contract has not been announced, is not on the books as of yet. We don't have these two deals on the books. There's wonder here about whether or not Uchenna Nwosu is going to get a restructure done with the team, as they were trying to do that. And I would estimate that they do get that done at this point. If not, there's a decent chance Uchenna maybe gets released if they can't do that. So I know I'll be asked some questions in regards to the cap, but we're just going to have to kind of wait on those, as it's a little slow to have those numbers come out quite yet. I've heard reports on the Darnold thing. I know a lot of people have said, well, I heard this reported, so it's got to be that. But until we see that thing, that ink dry on the over the cap page, it's all a little bit of conjecture, I think, at this point, on our standpoint with the outlook of things. Let's see how you guys are feeling tonight. I appreciate you guys watching. I appreciate everybody for all of the support over the last couple of days. It has been amazing as ever with what you guys have done for the channel, all the new members. I just dropped for members of the channel on the community post side of it, a call-in show on Saturday at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you are a member of the channel, please do look to your community posts as I put that link in there. Saturday, 3 p.m. Want to call in, want to give you a piece of your mind of where you're at with the team, whether frustration or delight. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to chop it up with you. So please do join me over there here as we'll be doing that call-in show. And let's get this kicked off. Like I said, I might not go super, super late tonight. Just kind of wanted to roll with you guys a little bit on this as we got the B&B show tomorrow at 12 o'clock too as well. But let's see where you're at. Let's see where my peeps are at. Prezon says, B, why aren't the DK and Geno trades official yet? I don't know. I don't think that there's anything at play that's holding them back or being preventative in it. Probably just a slow release of the actual announcement. Trenton Puckett says, hey, B, love the channel, brother. Thank you, Trenton. I appreciate you. Very kind of you. Robbie Red says, this will help with my 4-hour plane ride. I'll get you through, man, without any turbulence. Nothing but smooth sailing. Seth K. Aloha, how you doing, Addis? Purpose side. What up? Little Lance looking back at 2023. He was a dynamic pass rusher for the Cowboys, totaling 57 pressures with 16.4% pass rush win rate. He also had a monster year stuffing the run, boasting a 92.4 PFF run defense. Yeah, monster season from him in 2023, kind of a revitalized year for him, as I think he was having some of those kind of just nagging kind of injuries through the prior years prior to that were kind of preventing him from really getting that kind of top end place of things. And so it is a guy that you lead with saying what he does with the run and how good he is against the run, but by no measure is that all that he provides. And that if he is healthy, he's going to be able to give you some pass rush in addition to that. That's going to be the key on it, is the foot and where it's at. I'm not a little bit, but you're right, Lethal. He does give you that for sure. Monster against the run too. Just what you want out there. Herbicide, what picks do we have? I think I had heard that PFF finally updated us. Took them about 15 years. And yeah, they don't have an updated yet. Not that I see here. Do they? 2 4s? Yeah, we're missing the 2 4s on that one. They got some of the picks in there, but they don't have the comp picks quite in there yet. So they got the three fifths, so still kind of getting through all of them. But on the books right now, essentially, we got the 18, 50, 52, 82, 92. Let me take a screenshot of it and show you. It's hard to kind of tell when I'm just yapping on it. So we got the first 18, 50, 52, 82, 92, 137, 173, 212, 225, 236, 10. But then I think we've got 3 other picks with the 4 and the 5, 5, 5 with the 3 comps coming back at the other side. So those, somebody's probably got it out there. I haven't seen anybody post the exact spots yet so far online. I was looking out for today, Herbicide. I didn't notice it, but you got a bundle of selections. This is feeling good about the D-line right now. Let's tie this all together with Kenneth Grant for nose tackle at 18. Let's do it, man. I'd love to see it. You know, that's my pick. I think Bren's in on that one. Lilo says McDonald also revitalized Kyle Van Noy's career as an older edge. Now he's a lot more to work with ND Law. He does indeed. He does indeed. And a lot of what you do with Kyle Van Noy is a lot of the creativity and some of how he's used as a pass rusher. He can just get to you off the edge, but a lot of the loops and stunts that he can operate with within his lateral quickness. You can get a little bit of that with D-Law. He's not straight ahead, super fast, former 4'8" guy, 164, 10-yard split. You know, he's not giving you that, but he does have some lateral ability to move, fairly athletic for his position. And we know with the Cowboys, when he was there was a lot of that stunting, twisting, looping game stuff. So definitely could find a work within it. And a lot of the games you work in off of this defense at times when you're bringing those simulated pressures is going to come off of that bull in the china shop power edge that just like he's like the ram on a castle, and he's just coming in there and he's ramming into the tackle, and he's kind of trying to create chaos around him, and then you work your pressure package around that ram, that battering ram. Addis's went to the round table last night, and all these Rams fans think they can win the division just like that. I'm laughing out loud. I'm sorry, but I can say we have that chance too. Plus, we should wait for the offseason. Yeah, they're feeling themselves right now, and they've got a good reason to feel good about themselves. They've been in the playoffs. They've been winning recently in the playoffs, and they've got a squad put together that should be able to compete. But they are also going to be kind of old in certain spots. And Matt Stafford getting through another full season, we'll see. I think they've done a good job to avoid getting him injured, and he's real tough. And even when he's injured, he can play. But that's a part of their season where if that goes out, Jimmy Garoppolo ain't taking you nowhere. You're not like, well, we won't miss a beat now with Jimmy back there. Nope. Hey, that ain't happening. But they got a little right to feel pretty good about themselves. Hawks Eye View. Get Kupp a gift card to Taj, and he will sign with the Hawks. He loves that place. Whatever it takes, Hawks Eye View. Whatever it takes. Lethal says, motivated Kenneth Grant makes this the best defensive line in the NFL. Change my mind. I wouldn't try to change your mind at this point. You're stacked to the nines with the edge. And you've got your interior defensive lineman good to go at that point. Nose tackle and Grant, easy to fulfill right behind him with whoever at that point. Like if Cameron Young can just give you a smattering of snaps, hell yeah. So part of why I like it a lot is that want to go a little bit differently than everybody else. You want a defense that's going to be kind of leading with your strength. You want your line to be at the tip of the spear of that. Then make it sharp as humanly possible. Addis, to be done in order to know if the Seahawks have a chance. Sorry. Addis, Dune Moose, Brando. So these guys who become new teammates, are they contacting each other and playing Madden together? Perhaps. It's a little tough with online play on any of this stuff at the moment, necessarily from Seattle to Midwest to East Coast. I don't know where Demarcus spends his off season. I imagine it's down in Texas. So, you sometimes get the ping rate problems from West Coast to Midwest on that. You got to wait till they're all on the same servers, essentially. Or their servers are often coming from the same place. We get that lag, that ping lag. Renee Coral, after years, we finally got Mac Jones. Since 21? Legal says, give me Kenneth Grant, Gray Zabel, Donovan Jackson. I'm telling you, I'll be feeling pretty good about this team. Yeah, those would be great additions. And it does look like the double dip for the draft is a reality. Early double dip for the offensive line, interior offensive line in this draft. I think you can count on it. Jamora, if we take BP at 18, who at interior offensive line would you take at 50 or 53? I think you really have your bit of, it's not maybe the pick of the litter because Booker's going to go in the first round at this point. That's the heat we're hearing. Zabel is right on that line between the first and the second round. Does he last to your second round pick? Probably not. So you probably have to remove Kelvin Banks, Zabel, Tyler Booker off the board. Donovan Jackson's a little bit of a wild card. Wyatt Million would be a guy in there you'd maybe look at. Marcus Mbao would be a guy you could look at who could be a guard convert in there. Jonas Avenia, Tate Ratledge. These would be, the main guys that I think the team could target. Luke Condra is another guy, though that's a little bit early for me into the second round. So there is a kind of a select number of guys in there. If the Zabel, Bookers, Jacksons goes off the board, it does get a little bit, tighter. Arisay could be in there as well. If he drifts down into the second round, I still think he's going to end up being a first rounder just because he has that tackle guard versatility. So young, I think it's too tantalizing for him to drop. But those would be the main guys for me, I would say. Unspoken, Pacific Northwest. Seattle should get LeJohntay Wester from Colorado. He's like 7-Eleven, always open. I got to get around to my the Colorado receivers, my guy. I have been low. LeJohntay Wester. Take a look at him. Kind of pick back up my scouting prospects. Thanks for the suggestion, Unspoken. I'll take a look. But I feel good if we get those two, too. Go into the second round and you find two of these guys, grab them at that point. The offensive line looks way different. Especially if you could find two starters in there. So I would be hyped if they could pull it off. They can pull it off. It's a bit of a harder road to me versus having the certainty of what you have in hand and then play your cards as the draft unrolls. You can always have a run on offensive linemen, especially with the value of them going up the board. But with that said, if the value rolls right, you have those picks in that second and third round, you're in the prime position to grab these good offensive linemen for where they tend to go in the drafts. Definitely a feasible path. Brian Blank says, I just got back from work. Wasn't able to get any updates. Who do we get? We got Marcus Valdez Scantling on a 1-year, $5.5 million deal, or up to. And then you got Demarcus Lawrence on I said Dexter Lawrence in my video, by the way. I'm getting old. Demarcus Lawrence on a 3-year, $48 million deal. But details of those deals we got to find out. I think the Lawrence deal, Brian's going to be a little bit different looking in retrospect from how it looks, maybe on the surface, once we get through the agent speak. HAGs, we got to sign Uncle Rico for the backup purposes. You never know, man. The Lance, a sleeper late round power edge I like is Elijah Roberts. Or you can get another Boise State guy to learn under D-Law in Ahmad Hassanain. Yeah, you're still going to definitely look for that in the wings guy. You know, you're not going to hit your card on this necessity just being upon merely, hopefully, a 33-year-old Demarcus Lawrence getting through a full season. You're going to want somebody backing him up that's vital. So still looking at some of the guys. I think we just pivot more off of those earlier round kind of power edges that were maybe standing out as a possibility. Jordan Birch, for instance, could have maybe been kind of looked at in that way. As I mentioned, Landon Jackson. I would say you could take Jared Ivey probably off the board, Nick Scorton. I don't know that this is a full-on indictment that the team wouldn't go for Shamar Stewart at this point. It's maybe still a possibility, but I think it looks a little less likely, not out of bounds. And then maybe even Jack Sawyer as a guy you can kind of not fully tear him off the board, but I think you just say that there's less of a chance. And then you would probably, to me, Lethal, go to more of the direction of kind of looking for the later round kind of cats, you know, that can maybe do it. Especially it's really just, you're looking for that very specific skill set, which is an unusual one for edge rushers where it's not about how many sacks you're getting or pressures you're getting. We need you to be a monster against the run, and we need you to be a brute. Yeah, herbicide, Draymond Jones was a disappointment. With Lance, yeah, I agree. Bradford and Olu are homeless in this game. Keep them as emergency players, but they won't start. Both of those guys, I don't know that have a direct, clear pathway to having spots in the roster as we go forward. To your point, Lethal. Team loves Sundle. All that takes then is them to address and go after one mere center that they like better than Olu Atimi. And then they like where Sundle's at. Bing, bam, boom. He's out on that. And with Bradford, hasn't really come along and developed. If Haynes doesn't go to center, he's locked in their guard. Luamea, they may like better in the second year returns from him as well. And his fit, they might like a little bit better. So both those two players better be putting in their best off season right now, because the opening that they've had there in years prior where things are just kind of a given. Maybe you're not the starter, but I at least got my backup position solidified and I don't have to worry about that. No. You better be on your P's and Q's because the competition is about to ramp up on that. Brian says, did Mekhi Becton get signed? Not that I've heard. We've heard rumors and heavy connection between them and the Saints, but nothing's come down yet so far. Oh, Becton did go to the Saints, says AJG. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of looking for the update, but nothing came down my my feed. Mark Sanchez, it's good to see you in the house, brother. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says B. Now that we signed D-Law, would an edge be traded? It's a possibility within this. I would think that it's not a likelihood of something happening, but I will say that Seattle has maintained kind of still a little bit of a mysterious, shadowed vibe of this offseason so far in the way that they've rolled. Not that the moves haven't made sense, but just the clear direction that they're next looking to take hasn't, quite shown itself. I mean, if something wild were to happen out of just total left field here, like they somehow, flip a Derek Hall plus like some picks in there for a Parsons or something, I mean, that could be a bit of the slight pivot they look to, that'd be the left field one, but that's the one where it's kind of hard to pin this down to an exact direction they're looking to go. You do have a bit of a glut at this point with the 4 that you have on the roster. I don't think Uchenna is going to get you much back in any kind of return, so he's here. So it does come down to Mafe and then Hall, and you like where Mafe is at, but you are just about due to have to pay him. So maybe there's somebody out there that likes him a lot as well and would be willing to do that. Maybe you're willing to do that. And you got a lot of ways you can roll with this, Mark, and it doesn't seem real clear yet as to where they've chosen to go with it. But I think a lot of options are on the table with this. They've given themselves a lot of flexibility in the directions they can go versus winding themselves down a corridor that's a very narrow fixed one. They are kind of doing that with the offensive line if it holds to serve, but not with the rest of the positions necessarily. Okay, Becton is still available. Okay, there we go. I don't think Becton's probably going to come here. I do think if you got any chance to anybody, it's probably Tevin Jenkins. I think there's a lot of talk and a lot of people's belief with Becton that he wouldn't work as well in his own system, which may be a fair point there. How close am I to 20,000 subscribers? Asked Brian. Well, we just rounded 19, so I think we already got 19,050, I think, is where we're sitting right now. So we're a mere 950 away from cresting the 20,000 subscriber mark. Feels good, man. I really appreciate all the people that jumped aboard here last couple of days, as we've had a huge uptick in subs. Tyler 2 Thrill YT. Ooh, I like that. That's a great name, man. Thank you for subscribing, Tyler. Appreciate you for that. John Naylor, thanks for the $2 donation. Says a healthy Demarcus is a manster. He is. He is the kind of guys that can keep an offensive lineman up at night. There's those offensive linemen that are kept up at night by those real twitched up, quick cats that you just can't get your hands on. And then there's those guys that keep you up at night that are just going to beat the hell out of you over the course of the game and throw you around, and you're just trying to keep your balance and you're just trying to stay in front of them. And he's legit in that way. As long as he is healthy, he's that type of player. He's got a healthy track record of being that kind of guy. It's in the line somebody else mentioned in the chat. I saw it pop up. It's like a Clowney kind of guy where he's at in his career. It's like a Calais Campbell who's been good in this defense later in his career. It's a similar kind of type of player there. Just that length, that size, that power, and true power. Because NFL level, everybody's strong, but not many people can be powerful and overpowering in their way because everybody's strong. It's more of the quickness, speed is the separator thing, where you either got that or you don't. Sometimes with power, you can bring that along. Maybe you can't bring like explosive power along, but you can bring power along. And with him, he's just got that natural country strong, they got him built up right out there at Boise State. That's all I got to say. Underrated football program out there. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. Says, glad we missed out on fries. Lots of money to pay for 4 games. Indeed it is. And you do hear as these reports, and why it's always important on these to kind of wait for the final deal on where everything sort of stands on this, is to kind of make sure we're sure on what the numbers, the years are on these kind of contracts, because sometimes the early numbers are, and what was being reported initially is off. And he got 5 years, and there's no free agents in this free agent class at all, say nothing of offensive linemen, that are getting 5-year deals. And I was not a big Fries guy coming into this offseason anyway. I can appreciate the fact that there was a variety of organizations that were very much in on this deal and wanted to bring him in. But to your point on this, he's got the 4 games of good play, 5 games of good play. And then when you look at the teams that he performed at this high level against, being Freeze, wasn't exactly a murderer's row of defenses or defensive lines or anything like that. He had a couple of opponents through there that were a little bit weakened. And so it did kind of, with it being a sample size and with it being kind of some of the opponents you were playing, because especially considering the rest of his career, it was an outlier. And you got to be very careful about paying for sample size outlier. That part is much for sure. And it's part of why I didn't want to go for him as we were coming in this free agent period anyway. And so I'm okay with that all being aligned on that. We were talking about this yesterday with it. It was thinking that the Seahawks weren't willing to go to 4 years, and that's where the Vikings had overplayed them on, was that the Vikings went to 4, Seattle wanted to stay at 3. But based on what we're hearing, that's not the case here, is that I can get why John wouldn't have gone to 5. I wouldn't have gone to 5 either. That's kind of ridiculous for a guy with just the 4 games. Excuse me. I'm try not to do that too much to the mic to you guys tonight, but like I said, it's your boy's not operating 100%. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, is Trey Harris a good fit for Kubiak's scheme? Second round guy? Yes, he is. Route runners are what you need in this system. Contested catchers, contact catchers. Yeah, he doesn't give you as much the yak. That's maybe the one little thing that you would like maybe a little bit more of. But because he plays really predominantly on the outside, that's not as much of a problem. And with Trey Harris, he brings all of those other skills into bear, Randall. Good jumping ability, he can extend, soft hands. And the thing that jumps out with him when you look at him, especially, is yards per route run, where he's doing what he's doing down the football field, creating that separation. A lot of these wide receivers in this draft, prospect-wise, you look at their average yard route run, they're catching a bunch of bubble screens and drag routes and quick little throws, as there's so many premeditated quick throws within offenses. And when you look at the analytic numbers with Trey Harris, especially, Randall, what really stands out is that yard route per run. Let me show you a little bit of what I mean on this. Let's take a guy like, I want to take a slot guy. We could do maybe Tez Johnson. He did some outside stuff. Now, granted, there's going to be some of these that are in the slot there with Tez, but it's kind of my point about, being an outside receiver with Trey. So this is Tez Johnson, some outside stuff, a little bit, mainly some slot, but you get 2.6 yard per route run with him when you look at him. Luther Burden. Luther Burden's got a yard route run here, 2.32, 3.29. So you can see those numbers with that at, right? Randall, one of these kind of better kind of receivers in this draft. Now let's go look at Trey Harris. Trace Harris. Trace Harris. Where is this at? Why is it doing it? Oh, not that Trey Harris. Not that one. There we go. And then we come over here, and you got Trey sitting up at like 5.12. So just he's getting down the field, 17 yards, 17.2 yards per reception. I got that highlighted there here from this past year. He just gets down the field and he gets open and he's got route running. He's got the collection of skills you look for in the position. A little bit older at 23. I do have him behind a guy like Jaden Higgins Higgins. Jaden Higgins is right, yeah. We've got a Jaden Higgins and a Jay Higgins in this draft, so it throws me off. But Higgins is going to be a bit better. Higgins, you're going to have to take in the second round. But Trey Harris, I think you're going to be able to get possibly in the third round. So you could wait a little bit longer on this one and maybe end up getting a player that gives you very similar production. I think he's got some questions about injury, the age. Those will be the two things that ding him a little bit. But when you turn on the tape with him, one of the reasons, Randall, that he's looking so good, I would say, being Jackson Dart, is because Jackson Dart gets a little bit of that Mike Evans factor to him here a bit. It's not as pronounced. And what I mean by that is that Johnny Manziel got the Mike Evans factor on his draft stock being bumped up because so much of what Mike was doing for him within an offense. It wasn't only that. Manziel was a really incredible college player, but it was like the thing that really he could always go to and rely upon being Manziel. And same thing's kind of true with Dart, is like you can always just kind of throw it up for grabs a little bit out there to Trey Harris, and he'll find a way and make it happen out there, Randall. But he's a really good player. And yeah, I think that he would be a very much a scheme fit guy for this offense. The yak stuff is where it's not quite as much, but isn't bad. It's functional. Shadowbot, thank you for 19 months as a Hawks Nest member. FYI, this is Rand in the cut. Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, Rand? I've changed my name. Go Hawks. Well, I like Shadowbot. Shadowbot works, brother. Go Hawks, man. And thank you for your long-time support on the channel. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. I could really see us taking a wide receiver at 18. Go back-to-back offensive line in the second, then maybe a quarterback in the third, and then maybe hit the D-line heavy corner after that. Completely plausible, completely feasible, and I can see exactly how it could play out. You have two guys in this. And first, when we look at the draft here, we know that in recent drafts where they have told us going into the drafts that it's a weak wide receiver draft, that doesn't tend to be just smoke, does it? Because we have a couple of years ago with our own guy that we were able to get at 20 in a draft in that time that they said, this isn't a good draft for wide receivers. And so the first receiver you had taken was taken at the 20th overall pick. I'm not sure that it's going to be exactly as pronounced as that this year, God's Gang. But there is definitely a divergence of opinion on Ted McMillan. Not everybody loves Ted McMillan. Matthew Golden is a guy that people really do like, but it's also a little bit of a difference of opinion on how much exactly everybody likes him in the league and where they like him at. And maybe you have both of those two guys sitting there at 18 looking you dead in the face, and you're loving one of them, and you grab on that pick. I think to the point of what you're saying, a bit of this is that you are probably being operated and pushed a bit towards having to go to maybe more of the need aspect into that second, third round, double dipping down onto offensive linemen, which makes everybody a bit nervous. But yet we have seen Seattle do something similar in recent years and find success in doing it. You didn't pull out two offensive linemen early and they failed. They were one of your few success stories you've had over here in recent 10 years as far as how you have built up this offensive line and taken care of it. So it is a strategy that's worked recently. It ain't the worst thing, but part of the key of this would be that first pick, you're just sort of doing whatever you kind of want. Who is that top guy up on my board? Is it a Ted McMillan that drifts down because people are a little bit worried about his ability to separate? And then, can he just get by on contested catches? And is that going to be, bop, 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 bop? You guys know you guys should be hearing some of the dings on him. It's not many, but that's kind of one of the ones to be out there with him. And so might be where they jump on that. And then you could very well come back around to D-line and corner. I could see that happening too, God's Gang, because of the fact that it's such a deep draft on both of those two positions. And you have so many picks in there as well. Thank you. Appreciate the donation. Well said on your part. Absolutely feels about right to me, the way this could go. Jeffrey, thank you for the $10 donation. Mr. Thistle, I'm expecting this draft to heavily lean on offense again, specifically offensive line this year in the first. All offensive line will be gone by pick 18, leaving us with the best defensive player. Who's your pick in that at 18? Well, indeed, I think that is the way that this is going to go with the draft. You'll see guys, I think, like Armand Mabo, Will Campbell, Josh Simmons. Those three guys will definitely be off the board Don't currently quite have a read on Arcega for sure on being a first round guy or where he lands exactly. Banks is the one that looks like the likely one to be there at you. Does Seattle jump at that? Do they like Banks? Does he last to us? Because obviously offensive linemen will tend to have a bit of a run on them. I think you're also right in your bottom line point as below. I think that while I've said I can see a receiver being something that drifts and drops to you and that there's the value there specifically to me with those two players being McMillan and Golden, you could also very much see how it could be a defensive player again. Because like you say, you typically do see an offensive run in those picks up ahead of us in the first round. And if you are a team that's about drafting for value and you have at the top of the draft this heavy run on offensive players, it's sort of logical then, unless you just have a draft that's just completely overboard with offensive talent, it's kind of logical then that the player you're going to be faced with at 18 is going to be probably a defensive player as your highest graded guy on your board. That guy that's sitting at the top. And that's where a Kenneth Grant, Mykel Williams, a Jalen Walker, any number of those kind of first round edges actually they're in this draft. And Malachi Starks, depending on where their grade is at on him, could be that kind of guy. But I would reckon to guess if it ain't a receiver you're grabbing, and I don't know that offensive line's lining up for that first pick really with the way that this is setting out. You could maybe just jump up on a Zabel and just reach and go and be like, F it. Let's just get it taken care of. Okay, it's early, but who cares? We've at least knocked one necessity out. We only have to come back around to this once more through the course of this draft. And that makes John be able to exhale and sit back in his chair a little bit and go, okay, we'll be all right on this. Maybe they do that too. But I think betting money-wise, Jeffrey, I think you're right about it being defense. I think that's the best defensive player. Grant's a guy who I could see very much drifting down there because teams have a hard time recognizing prime nose tackle talent. You're not rushing the passer. You're not stacking pressures up right and left. It's harder for these teams to quite assess that level of impact of player. But I'd be all over it there if he was there. I think Starks is going to be a great player in this league. And not great, but really good player. Not great, but I'd say really good player. And maybe not to get into the great status of things, but his addition to your defense will help your defense on the back end. It gives you flexibility for what you look to do with Kobe Bryant in the long term. It opens up the 3 safety looks. I think that those kind of players could be the guys that you're looking at available to you there. The edges seem like the one that stands out to us, and we don't know. Maybe the team is completely in love with Shamar Stewart too. It's either that they got the necessity out the door here with Demarcus, or it's like, well, Demarcus, and then we're going to double down with Shamar because we just love the traits. You don't find guys built like this that work so well for this defense and what we're wanting from it. So maybe he's another guy on board, but I go back to the offense and I go, well, the first round lineman will be off the board. You got 2 potential receivers there, but there's a good chance those 2 receivers are taken up ahead of you where you're picking because of the nature of historically strong wide receiver year or not. Those guys just tend to go at the top of the draft. And so you start to walk this through a little bit and you start to come back to the defense. You're like, well, is there really a prime corner? Maybe Will Johnson, but that's going to depend on how much they weigh the tape of 23 or some of the underwhelming tape in 24 where he was injured. Maybe even a guy like that comes into view on this too, especially being a Michigan man and with Mike's understanding of that program there. So yeah, I think it's the way it's going here, Jeffrey. I would lean to that direction. I'd bet on that. And certainly nothing they've done in free agency so far has dissuaded me from that. But could be offensive line they hit there too. I wouldn't be out of it. All is well. Thank you for the $5 donation. All is well. I'm a Dallas fan. I thought you were going to say like, I'm Dallas fan. But no, he said, I'm a Dallas fan. I really hate y'all took D-Law from us. He's a top tier and very underrated. DC for life. Well, thank you for the insider info. You know, it's always good to hear from fans that they hate losing a player, because certainly fans will tell you when they lose a player, and there's a little bit of a given instinct, I think all is well on this, that when you lose a player, the first thing you want to do, almost just whether you think it or believe it or not, that you see fans do this of like, he wasn't that good anyway, we'll be fine, it's good riddance. You know, they do that kind of thing, even if they did like the player a lot when he was there. So when you have someone come in and say, hey, no, this guy was really legit for us, and you look through his career and well, I haven't tracked it super closely, you just kind of casual eyed a little bit there. There's no denying the kind of player he's been. Not quite a Hall of Fame kind of career necessarily, but certainly an upper tier type of career and a good all around player and a guy that you can put out there for 3 downs. And these are getting sometimes harder to find. It's part of the reason that we're adding him here is that we can find the guys that can rush off the edge and give you some pressure out there. You might be able to find a guy here who can specialize in stopping the run early downs off as an edge guy, but can you find a guy that can do both? That's the hard part. And it seems like he can do that as long as that foot is healthy and, he's good to go. And I'm sure we're not going to run him out there, but, probably 30 snaps a game. So keeping him protected in addition to it all as well. Thank you, man. I appreciate the insider note on that. And that gets us a little more hyped up for him, I'm sure. Dave Barclay, thank you for the $2 donation, Dave. Good to see you in the house, bro. I hope you're doing well. Brandon, Niners signed Mac. Brick can go now? Trade? Hold on, let me see here. Where Niners signed Mac? Oh my gosh, you guys got Mac Jones. Ugh. All right. Brick can go. Okay, now I got what you're saying. So Dave's saying Niners sign Mac Jones, Brock Purdy can go. Trade? I don't offload your T-Rex armed Tommy John surgery waiting to happen Hobbit. Okay, Dave? If you're going to give us something at least that's got some traits, Throw us a Trey Lance at least, by God. Give us something traitsy. What do I got to work off there? Feel like I got to change his diapers. The guy's so small. I can't do it, man. Nope. Gives you guys some leverage though, huh? Go to Brock Purdy and you're like, all right, Brock, I know. You want 50. Is that what you want? You really want that? Yeah, I want 50. Okay. Mac, why don't you come in the room? How about now, Brock? How about now? Brock just confused. Yeah? Not exactly Aaron Rodgers, Dave, as far as leverage is concerned in the negotiations. Like, no, y'all ride with Mac Jones. I'll just sit back here for the first 6. Let's see how this goes. No, my arm. No, you guys want to give my arm a little extra time. I understand. Let's see what Mac can do by all means, Shenny. Lyle. Let it roll. Hell to the no on that. Hell to the no. But it does open up too. If you do move Brock now, if you do look at a Kirk Cousins, could you move a Brock? I don't even know if you guys could move him for really anything, especially understanding whoever moves him has to sign. Who's moving and trading for Brock and then giving him a $50 million contract? Because he's got all the leverage if he gets traded to that team where it's like, you got to pay me this when I'm moved. And it's like, oh. I think you guys are in a pickle on that one where but I also think, Dave, what you guys need to do is just tell him to just pound sand. Be like, yeah, I know you want it. Yeah, you probably deserve it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're not going to hold out. You know you're not. So deal with it. Get over there in your locker room, study your playbook, and deal with it. Or what? Or what, Brock? And then, you pat him on the head. You're going to do what? You going to get angry? God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation, God's Gang. He says, if Emeka Egbuka is there at 18, you take him. I feel he would fit in this Kubiak system. I would worry he is too much like JSN, though. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I've done a lot of looking at 3 guys, a few different guys in this draft that are really, really loved by the Seahawks faithful, and rightfully so. I won't say not without good reason, or at least two guys that stand out in this draft that Seahawks fans really love a lot. And Emeka Egbuka is one of them. The other guy would be Luther Burton. Those are 2 guys, God's Gang, that are really guys that people love a lot. And look, their tape is a lot of fun. Burton a little underwhelming this year, verse 23. But Emeka, a guy that played really well at Ohio State. He's really come on. He is a dog with the ball in his hands. He's a yak guy. That definitely fits to the system and what you're looking for from that perspective of things. But you touch upon the point that's the really most important point on this. And people will tend to look at receivers as ubiquitous and interchangeable, and that he can be an X and he can be a Z and he can be a slot. I've had people present to me that they feel like this receiving system as it goes forward now with Kubiak here is one where the receivers are all over the place, and that it doesn't matter now if you're a slot guy. You can do outside stuff now. Maybe this is the way this is leaning to. I am a little reticent to believe that until I start to really see that more in mass across the league. You're drafting you're fitting guys into this offense and this West Coast system that are very specific parts, guys with very specific skill sets. And I've gone through decades of watching football that this is really hardened in. When you had a Mike Holmgren offense, Bobby Ingram was not operating on the outside. Bobby Ingram was a slot. When you're on early downs and you're in I formation, and you're 21 personnel, he's off the field. He's not out there operating in the slot on those plays. You even have this defined down to specificity like this. Let me put it to this. Old heads will understand this reference, and I think it'll cause a little bit of a light bulb to go on for them. Marcus Valdez Scantling is DJ Hackett. MVS equals Hackett. The big play wide receiver from your 2005 Super Bowl year. Wasn't there to catch 900 yards, 1,000 yards. You had different receivers who did other roles into that offense. Man, your boys step slow today here. Goodness. Same kind of role though that he's going to be fulfilling here in this offense. So it's much more specified than it is interchangeable. At least in the past of the way that I've seen this West Coast offense run. It could be that this is going forward in a different way. I lead all of this God's gang up with to say that as much as people love Emeka Egbuka, he's a slot guy. As much as people love Luther Burden, he's a slot guy. These guys played 80% of their snaps in the college level out of the slot. And those other 20% of those snaps in which they weren't technically out of the slot were probably, I would say, with 21 type personnel with condensed splits, where essentially, they're one of two wide receivers on the field, but they're in real tight, aligned essentially like, even though they're on the line of scrimmage at that point, they're aligned like a slot by where they're aligned up to. So they're slot wide receivers. They're not going to have the speed to burn on the outside, to create the separation on the outside. While you're grabbing a guy like Scantling here today, 4.37, 1.5, 1.49, 40. Emeka Egbuka is not going to come close to either of those two numbers. Not even on the super fast Ohio State track, which is renowned for bumping guys up like 25th seconds or something of a 40. Like, it's incredibly fast. So that's my issue with this, God's gang. People have podiumed back to me and they said, well, Emeka Egbuka was there at the same time as JSN. And they were, but let's remember with JSN, he only got through like 2 games of the final year of his college career. And who took over his slot snaps? Emeka Egbuka. So Emeka's an outside guy. I don't think you're going to want to be stacking a team full of kind of slots. You could maybe make it work, and I might be behind the 8 ball in this one as far as this is where the game's kind of going to, and I'm just kind of slow to recognize it a little bit. But I still am going to fit to the norms on this until I fully see differently. And with Burden and with Egbuka, I think they're kind of off the board because they are slots, and there would be that redundancy, which you're already going to have a hard enough time, I think, at times in this offense when you're in those 12 personnel, 21 personnel looks to bear with me. You guys are going to have to give me seconds here tonight because it's rough. Spring. Okay. It's a good player, though, God's gang. Don't want to undersell him as far as not being a good player. He's a very, very good player, but you just can't. You need your outsides, you need your X, you need your Zs, you need your slots. Thank you for the $5 donation. Peter Go Hawks. What are your thoughts about moving up to get McMillan? I'd love to get Booker with our second pick, but if we had to move up to get him, would you? Well, the Booker one is a really interesting one for me because I started out with it where I saw his tape initially and I said, okay, early second round guy. Tape's great. And then people would start to kind of pick apart, and rightfully so. I'm not knocking people under. It's just the part of the evaluation process that I value. You get the outside opinions and you start to reconsider things a little bit. And so the outside opinions coming on Booker, people are watching the tape even from within my chat where they're going, yeah, but the mobility, outside zone system, does he fit to that as well? Is it stuff? And I'm like, well, I guess that is a good point. Those are valid points on that. And then you start hearing all this heat from the NFL circle guys that are connected that this guy's going to go way earlier than people are expecting in this draft. Like Tyler Booker is going to likely be a top 15 pick in this draft. Or at least there's a good chance of it, I should say. And I know that might blow people's top off, but you're hearing this from people that are connected in a way who have been sourced before when making these kind of predictions like this. And it's odd, I know, with the combine that he had where you think that would diminish his value, at the very least more harness him into the second round. Hasn't done that. Sounds like he's going in the first. He's going to go high. And in regards to Ted McMillan, I do feel like he is a very, very close comp to Mike Evans. I don't quite have his 40 time to go off of. He is one of those prospects I'd like to see him run and understand where he's at from the 10-yard split and the 40 time, because there is going to be some of those. You're not looking for the guy to burn at 4.4. He doesn't have to hit that at that size, but he's got to have a little bit there. Because the change of direction at that size isn't going to be the greatest. So much like you had the guy like DK, you got to give me some of the explosiveness then. I can't change direction. And I'd like to have a little bit more of that in my back pocket, Peter, before I'd sign up for saying I would move up for him. But let's just say, for instance, he runs a 4.5, 5.40 or what did Mike Evans run out there? Mike Evans is my comp for him. Oh, buddy, I was on it. I was on it, baby. Memory's not gone yet. So I said 4.55. With Mike Evans, you had a 4.53. He goes in and runs that. And with Evans, by the way, that's with a 1.6 10-yard split, which is not a fast 10-yard split for a receiver. But that's when you're looking at these guys as far as comping out and guys that can make it work and guys that have made it work at this size, if they don't have the explosiveness. Part of why I keep coming back to Mike Evans time and time again, because he's so impressive in the career he's had, but he's also so close in alignment to me of what I see from McMillan on the football field. And their skills are very close. And so, yeah, if you're talking about moving up for him, as long as it would be, Peter, for what I would call the new cost to move up, because if you get outside the quarterback range of kind of that top 5, and you're now moving up into more of like 9, 10, 11, 12-ish, the cost has not been as much as it's been in the past. You can sometimes get away with doing that on a 3rd-round pick, where 10 years ago, that would have been a 2nd-round pick cost to move up from 18 to like 10. They would have really raked you for that. But the cost isn't as bad now, and especially because you have multiple 3rd-round picks. You throw the Raiders pick in your 1st rounder to some team sitting up there at 12 that wants to pick up their extra pick on that, and you go get McMillan, and I would be perfectly happy with that. I trust in my evaluation on this kid. I think he's going to have a long career and be a really good player. He's just a lot of fun to watch, too. HHG, thank you for the $5 donation, HHG. NFL should do this. First 2 games, division rivals. Last 2 games, division rivals. Then, in between, whatever the other 2 would be. I like it, HHG. I think that's a great plan. It does seem like they quasi kind of do that at the end of the year, with the 2 games at the end of the year, at least. That set up, but I do like the front side of that as well, because one of the downsides of structuring it to where those games kind of all come together at the end of the year is that if you are a team that's not as healthy at the end as you were at the start, and that you face a team that is healthier, you're not necessarily being beat by the better team. You could be beat by the more healthier team. Whereas if you do it early season, you've now got both ends of it that you've been on with it, so that you can kind of get that more of the fair shake. Plus, it's a great way to start out the season to have those division rivalries. It only ramps up those initial games anyway. I love it. I'd be completely in favor at HHG. Sign me up. Kind of like how they do in baseball too, right? Where it's end of the year, you have the last, 20 games are all within the division. The hope is that everybody's just duking it out there and it's coming down to the wire. Jackie Treehorn, thank you for the $10 donation, Jackie. That is very kind of you. And as always, you guys are awesome on the support. I thank you very much for that. He says, here's $10 earmarked for pumpkin treats. Well, she thanks you. Jackie's getting you some treats. You want some treats? Yeah? How about some salmon treats later? Some salmon? Yeah, you like salmon. She thanks you for that, Jackie, and I will definitely give her a couple of treats here post stream. We'll get her juiced up. She's had some salmon today right now. She's having some meat naps. Have some meat naps right now. But thank you, Jackie. I appreciate that. We'll definitely get pumpkin hooked up here. IP Man, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, you are the Hawks general manager. Who are you taking in the first 3 rounds? It's a good question. I would say IP Man first before I'm going to definitely give you an answer here, so I'm not going to back out of that. But I want to make sure that I'm leading with the fact that ideally speaking, what you want to do is you want to go into every pick and you really want to be driven by value. And I'm a hardliner on this in the respect of, I think sometimes fans will try to, and I think even teams do this, where they'll try to kind of play both ends of this. Where you're like, yeah, I want to operate by value, but I'll operate by value, but if this guy comes up at that position, I'm going to separate myself out of it. So I would say that for me, IP, in an ideal draft, I want to walk into the draft not saying I'm going to pick any player in any position, offense or defense, at any spot. That it's all going to be free form as we go through, and it's going to be driven hard-lined wise by who is the highest guy I've got valued on my board. IP, you've got horizontal boards like I've got, where it's first, second, third, fourth round grades, and you got stacks of guys in positions in those rounds, but you also got your value board. Because what those things do is when you do the horizontal board, that tells you what guys go in what round, but it doesn't tell you the order of those guys, right? You might have a second round graded edge and you might have a second round graded corner, but who goes over who? They're both on the board when you pick who goes over who. So what you want to do is take that and you put that and you build that board and you run through those first 3 rounds especially. And as John Schneider has said, he runs by value purely at the top of his draft. And then he will do a little more reaching for need, but later in the draft, when it's less risky to be doing that, when there's less of the downside in doing that. And so I will answer the question, but I would say that if I was a Hawks general manager, I would fit to that as my strategy and approach, where it'd be less driven to go and grab this. Part of what I'll do within this is predict the way I think the draft will go, which is that I think, as we were talking below on this IP, that it's going to be you having a defensive player you're faced with at 18 that you really do love, and that you can't pass up on that defensive player. I think it could be one of a collection of those top edges in this draft who all probably have first round grades, depending on the character concerns with Pierce and with Michael Green. Kenneth Grant is a guy that jumps up and could be that guy there as well. A nose tackle, you have a need there. That's where need could meet value in the first round. Part of why I love that pick so much, because that's the ultimate when you're drafting in the NFL, where need meets value. You draft to the value, you draft the top pick, but it's the most glorious thing when that's also something that you're filling as a need, like Charles Cross a couple of years ago. Charles Cross was a pick that you desperately needed, a blindside left tackle, and that was the best pick on the board by far. So that's the direction you want to go here. I think defense is probably the one that's going to stand out. Much as I want to operate in value, IP man, what that then does probably mean moving into the next couple of picks, unfortunately, because we have not addressed this in free agency if we don't sign anybody else offensive line-wise, is you're going to then have to double dip on offensive linemen early, because you cannot wait into 4th and 5th and 6th round and think that you're going to find answers, that you're going to find starters, especially for 2025, which would be the necessity here. So you're going to probably have to double dip 2nd, 3rd round with 2 offensive linemen at that point. A guard, 2 guards, a guard and a center, a tackle that can kick inside and play some guard stuff. But those are going to be the 2 guys in there that you're really going to want to hammer at that point, at that side of it, I would say. It would be a must move by that point. If they don't go get a Tevin Jenkins or find something a little bit more solidified with this offensive line than it's currently standing on, which I would think that they would, but we got to operate with the information we've got right now, right, IP? Dave Barclay, Thank you for the $2 donation. Well, they closed the bank, so trade Brock to the Titans. You just walk in and they're like, hey, we're tightening the belt strap, bro. No $50 million contracts anymore. Stores closed. Banks closed. Owners tightening the pocketbook, man. Look, Dave, I think you should. I think if you got a trade on the board right now for Brock, if the options are on the table right now, we're going to hold Brock for another year and just hold him over the barrel because we don't want to pay him. And you can get, it's a little bit, Dave, like our deal with Geno, where it's like somebody will throw you like a late third or something. Like our Seattle team did, go do that trade then. You're already setting the stage for next year to not really be in that position to acutely really be able to contend. You guys still could be really good, and you might contend if everything broke in the right fashion. It's like our Hawks. We might contend if everything really breaks in the right way. The rookies come in and they light the world on fire, et cetera, et cetera. But what you count on and what you try to intelligently picture is going to occur with that probably more into like 6, 7, 8 wins, maybe, Dave. I know it's a weaker schedule. Like I said, there's a chance you guys could find some footing there, but hell, I mean, you could still have Trent Williams retire at this point. So I think you move him if you can, and you move him for whatever you can get. And it's less about the assets you're getting back in return, and it's more about getting out from under the $50 million contract. Kind of with us, with the assets we got back from Geno, is that it was a late third, but it's also you getting back the $45 million per year contract that he was going to be given. It's the 1-2. And I think that's a smart decision, especially considering the other moves, Dave, your team's made here. Dave, thank you for the $2 donation. Says B, have you checked out my business page? You the man. Well, thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. I've got it still here. Wait a second, I had it here. Builder site. There we go. PatriotBuildersMontana.com. So I do have it. I have been scrambling for about the last week on this because I think this is I think we're on our fourth or fifth straight day here of live streaming, and I'm doing videos in between. So it's been more just following for agency and running here for about the last 4 days. I just got to catch my breath, but I do have it on my notes here on my little notepad here, and I definitely will check it out. It's just been I've been sprinting, man. It's been a run session here lately for me with this with the off season so far, and moving DK and Geno, and then the free agency kicking off on the other side of it. But definitely I will. Promise, Dave. And I'll try if I can get that checked out by the next stream. I do have it on my deal, though. PatriotsBuildersOfMontana.com. Give it a look-see. Give it a look-see. Thank you for the donos. Appreciate you. Seahawks chat community. I can see Tyler resigns if no one's buying him in free agency for what he wants. Very well could be the case. Very well could be the case. Washington County Photography. What are the dire needs we still have? Very good question. Left guard is priority number one. That's the big worrisome one right now. You do need a Z wide receiver starter. So a Cooper Kupp kind of guy is a guy that would fit to also something that is a need as it stands. Probably at least one nose tackle, maybe two on the defensive line, but that's all you need on the defensive line going forward. And maybe a vet minimum Artie Burns kind of outside corner, maybe could offer some inside flexibility there. Doesn't cost a lot, but a little more veteran assurity behind Reek Woolen and Job and Nehemiah Pritchett. So you can free yourself up in the draft not to have to grab a corner then. That'd be a bit of the, but those would be the general areas that we have to address. Center and right guard are also possibilities here, depending on what the team's approach is for those positions and where they think that the talent lies. But edge is taken care of. 3 techs done. Your inside linebackers, you only need depth. You'll get that in the draft. You got your 2 starting safeties. You might get your safety of the future. Might get some depth there. If you're feeling good about that. Tackles are set at this point. Don't need to do anything there. Lucas, Cross. You have Mike Jarrell coming back. And then you have this guy, Josh Jones, who I liked a lot coming out of college out of Houston. You're set there. Boom, boom. So there are things that definitely needs to still be addressed, but it isn't like a litany of things. And Seth, it does say that we do have 50 to 60 million still in cap space, but it hasn't taken into account some of the moves made. I don't think Ernest Jones deal's on there. I don't think Jaron Reed's deal's on there. I don't think the Darnold deal's in there. So it still needs to just kind of get updated. It's hard to say until we get those exact numbers. Little Drip, how would you attack fixing the O-line? Get one veteran and 2 to 3 in the draft, or vice versa? I would have ideally, it would have been nice to come into this free agency and look, I understand where everything's gone. And Tevin Jenkins or Aaron Banks getting 4 years of $77 million is an indication of how crazy money these prices have gone with the offensive linemen. I don't want to discount that, but it would be nice to have come into the approach of this to be able to grab a center, grab a left guard, have those situations somewhat hemmed up so that when you come to the draft, you're not driven to do that thing I was just talking about a second ago with one of the folks that donated here on the chat in regards to having to double dip for those linemen in the second and third round, where you're going to have to grab 2 if you haven't grabbed 1 in the first. So first and third, second and third, something like that. You're now kind of having to driven to do this because you haven't really gotten that vet. Now, this could change. You go get Tevin Jenkins, and this kind of does look a little bit different. You still need to get enough for left guard. You still need to get the center, but it looks more workable for the draft than it does kind of at the moment if you're just going to go get some Dalton Risner and try to flex him to left guard. And you're like, oh, we got some work to do here on this thing still in the draft. So I would guess Tevin Jenkins, give him some money, double dip in the draft, second, third round, guard, center, tackle, guard, center, something like that. And then roll with that. I think Little Drip is not the worst way to go, and it could definitely have some success. Doodle Bob, we've been making some solid signings too. If John could get Jenkins or Becton and a safety, this will be a big W for me. Love it, Doodle Bob. Let's go. Definitely feeling all right about it. I can see what they're doing here. It makes sense. Seth says if we get Tevin Jenkins and feeling good going into the draft with 10 picks, amen. And I think it's more than 10 picks, by the way. I thought we had a 4 and 2 5s, but I know we were down to 4, so maybe that is right. It is 10, maybe. Now that I think about it, but I thought we had 2 5s in there. Brian says, so glad to see you streaming, Brando. Appreciate all you do to keep us in the loop. Your page is the first I checked. Well, thank you for that, Brian. Brandon's fine, but I prefer to get my info from you 10 out of 10 times. Well, thank you, Brian. It's very kind of you to say, man. It's been really fun following this action with you guys this week and being able to go through it together with you guys, you know. Experience the roller coaster. Yeah, says, where have you been all day? I'm here. I got you now, brother. I got you now. Pedro says, when are you going to do a stream with Brendan? We are going to be set to do one tomorrow, 12 o'clock, B&B show. So should be posted. I got it out there. If you don't have get your notifications set, it should be on your, it should be out there and showing up for you guys. We'll be at 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Seahawks chat community, a lot of Seahawks placed on free agency will return, being signed to new team-friendly contracts. That'll leave up some of the cap space. They could. I'm trying to think about, Tyler Lockett's a guy you might bring back, but Roy Robertson-Harris, Draymond Jones, I think Jenkins, I think all those guys you're probably just purely moving on from. But we'll see. It's possible. Certainly not impossible. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation. When is your next full mock draft? I'm getting more and more excited about this season than I have the last few. Mike and John are building a squad. Let's have it go. We'll definitely do one here today and shortly. I want to get a little caught up on just a bit of the chat here from the jump here on this, Peter, but we will absolutely run a mock or two here today for sure. My word to you. So not too long here. I want to just get a little bit of the chat and see where kind of people are at, get a little bit of a pulse and feeling for things. But you're right. We're due to do a mock, and I got to do one that's got all of the picks involved, right? We got to get all of the picks. So I got to also verify. I need a verification here on exactly all of our pick spots so I can match it up to the mock draft simulator. We need to be accurate with this stuff, Peter. You know what I mean? Be accurate. But I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing here too. I want the team built intelligently. That's less about do this exact move, do that exact move, spend the money here, spend the money there. It's less about that. It's more about just when you're making a move, let me be able to step back from it and see that you intelligently put this move together. It's not reactionary. That's not you filling a hole. It's not you trying to go cheap. That there's not something that jumps out at the first and foremost of what you're doing within it that seems to not be driven by adding to the team, making the team better, finding an improved player to help this squad get, play to the place we all want them to go. And so far, I think that they are doing that, in my opinion. Well said, Peter. We'll get that mock going fairly soon, I promise. Nicholas, has anyone deal with Josh Jones been made yet? Has anyone dealt with Josh Jones? Not sure what you mean on that, Nicholas. Caleb said, I don't like Becton. He played in the least valued position on offensive line. He was really not forced to do much, and so I'm super nervous to pay him like top 3 at the right guard position. All fair points, Caleb. And right guard in general is just that position in general terms. It's a position that it gets a lot of help there versus the left guard. It doesn't tend to deal with the twitchy guys the left guard position tends to have to deal with. And that combination makes it of a little bit lesser importance. It is why a guy like Tevin Jenkins, to me, was a more valued free agent in this class, even with his injury history, than a Micah Becton, because he's a left guard. And left guards are so hard to find. Many of the top ones in this draft are going to be guys that are converts to the left guard position. Hard to find the pure ones. And one of the pure ones in this draft who had a completely horrific combine being Tyler Booker it looks like going to go bare minimum top 20 in this draft. So it comes down to that difficulty, Caleb, in finding those left guards. And first, the right guards, who we're already sitting on 3 right guards as it is. I mean, just one of those guys can figure it out. We should be in fine shape. Not that that's something I'd want to count on, but we are empty completely when it comes to left guards currently. We are 0 on 0. And so a fair point all the way around on that, Caleb. Definitely not probably the forefront guy you were hoping they would jump for on this. But we'll see how it plays out. I haven't really heard Seattle be truly on Becton as far as it being a lot of heat connected there. Max Bailey, thank you for reminding me of that. Folks, if you could, hit that like button. Maybe sub on up. We're on the road to 20,000 subscribers here. I'd love to try to hit that mark if we can. Bronze Sausage says, this is a Seahawks stream or a Ram stream. Laugh my ass off. Amazing Mario Brothers B. Would you be mad if we used our first pick on Matthew Golden or Jackson Dart? I got no problem with Dart, number 2 wide receiver on my board. He's solidified himself as a first-round talent with the combine that he had. And if you're taking him at 18, I can understand his fit into this offense with his explosiveness, route running, ability to get open. That's all skill set fits to this offense. I'm not a fan of Jackson Dart in the first round. It would feel much more like we're driven to get a quarterback. Like people have been banging you for years to do it, John. And so you're going to finally do what everybody's been begging you to do, more than it really be to me that you're sold on Jackson Dart being that kind of talent, especially in this draft, which is so weak for quarterbacks, in my opinion. I think Jackson Dart's a 3rd-round talent. I think he's a high 3rd-round talent, but I don't think he's a 1st-round talent. And I don't care what the value of the position has been determined to be. When you're taking quarterbacks 2 rounds higher than they should go, you're probably doing it wrong, would be my estimation. But Golden, all day long. Sign me on up. So Bob, how you feeling about Tyler Booker at 18? I think his combine's going to, in a lot of ways, remove him as being a possibility of being in play for us. With that said, he's the cleanest left guard in this draft. I have a 2nd-round grade on him. If you want to take him in the 1st round, considering the need of the position, and again, considering the need of, you're going to walk into this draft probably having to grab 2 prime picks for offensive linemen. So wherever that may be, 1st and 3rd, 2nd and 3rd, you're going to have to do it. We got to make our peace with that being a necessity and it not being a bad thing out of necessity, because Booker would improve your left guard position. He has a high floor, maybe a little bit more of a limited ceiling. Part of why I have him as a 2nd-round left guard. But I do feel very good about the floor being pretty high on him, that I don't think that there's as much risk about him being a flame out kind of player. And everything that we hear about him from the head up and being a smart guy and being a good leader in that locker room, a guy that really rallied the troops in that locker room when it was going a little bit awry last year in the first year under DeBoer's, about halfway into the year. I think that I take away from that if I've got to jump on that at 18, understanding how many teams right now are legitimately on his heels and saying, yeah, then I'll reach on this one. I don't like doing it, but I know what I'm getting back in return, and we've got to not have an offensive line that we trot out there that's a catastrophe next year. That can't be a reality of what we're trying to do, because it's just going to set everything back, in my opinion. AI says the steal in this draft is going to be Josh Simmons. He is the Trent Williams, fast feet I've ever seen. I know lineman. Very mobile, very quick. Looks just like Trent Williams moving in space, even wears the number 71 number AI. And I like him a lot as well. I don't quite have that Trent Williams blue chip grade that I had on Trent back in the day when he was coming out, because Trent was a mauler on top of having that mobility. And with Josh, he's good technically, and he'll get his hands in the right spot, and he'll strike and all that and use his length, but he's not as quite the barroom baller type guy that Trent Williams would be on tape out of Oklahoma. But I'd grant you that they look very similar in their movement and all of that. Absolutely. He's a first round graded player. I do think he's a pure left tackle though, AI, where that's where he's got to probably go. You're right, Caleb. MVS's signing doesn't prevent Kupp at all. You can still go get Kupp. Said I was calling him Mabo before it was cool. Ryan, I could see Mike McDonald want Nick Emawari round 1. He might. The tools are nice. I think AI, the thing that would allow Mabo, I'm not necessarily saying that Mabo's better than Simmons AI on that, but I know you're responding to me else in the chat on that one, but I think the thing that might allow Mabo to go ahead of Simmons is Simmons having a bit of the injury thing with him as the background, plus Mabo being a little bit of a younger prospect. But that's one of the interesting things to kind of watch in this draft is who will be that first lineman off the board, because it's not clear. We all thought initially it was Will Campbell. Short arms, probably kicking into guard, not likely to be the first offensive lineman. But that'll be the one with Simmons and Mabo. I think that's the interesting one. Seahawks chat community, nothing I've been heard so far on Kupp sign anywhere yet. Yeah, AI, he's not lasting into 18. There's 0% chance Simmons is lasting to 18. I'm not sure about him being the number 1 tackle, but he's going to be picked within the first 10 selections of the draft. Little Drip, how would you attack fixing the O-line? 1-year veteran. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I read that one. My bad. BP, do we need Cooper Kupp? We don't need Cooper Kupp. You can jump off this if you want, but you are putting more of the onus than on the draft, and you've already put a big amount of the onus in this draft on needing to go out there and find a couple interior offensive linemen. So you start to build up a lot of needs heading into a draft that does not set up your draft for success. So it would free you up in that way. You've got the money to spend. He gets you a veteran presence in there when you do bring on young receivers who, along with Marcus Valdez Scantling and JSN, they can help to bring those guys along and up to speed. But it's not absolutely vital. CD Woods, thank you for the $5 donation, CD Woods. John Schneider waiting to sign Jenkins till you and Brendan stream so y'all get to break the news. I hope so tomorrow. That'd be a great way for us to be able to break the news live, is we're able to tell everybody at that moment, hey, Tevins is on deck, baby. And Seattle is in on Jenkins. There's a lot of teams that are, and this is a tough spot to find yourself in right now because the field has gotten so few as far as interior offensive linemen go. And there was a lot of guys in on Will Freeze, for instance. A lot of teams were in on that one as well. And those teams lost out. And probably a couple of those same teams that were in on that are probably in on this one. And so you're going to have to bring out your best offer in the pocketbook. But that'd be cool, CD Woods. I could go for that. Zach, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Pro Football Focus is updated with the picks, it seems. Let's go. All right, we'll roll the mock over there then. I know there's some PFN love too as well. We'll probably try to run a PFN one today to satiate my PFN crowd. You're You're a strong crowd. You love that. You love that side on it. So I get it. I get it. We got to mix it up on that. And there's some anti-PFF folks on it too. But glad they've updated it. That makes it easier. So I don't do 15 trades to run the mock. Thank you for the update on that, Zach. Skylar, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, where does our defense rank next year? I say third. I think it's kind of hard to say quite with this as of yet. I got to see, I think, more of this defense. You took a defense from back third, start last year with Carroll to top third by the end of the season, depending on what metric you want to utilize to go off of there, Skylar. But you also were able to beat up on a lot of bad offenses on the back of that ascendance. I think that Mike McDonald has had a measurable impact. I think the defense was better. But I think I'd be overstating to say that the defense goes from back third to top third last year, and then that means that they're going to go to top 5 now. I love your optimism saying third overall defense. But I'm still a little bit worried about where the corner position is at. You still don't have a nose tackle in place. I like the parts that you have in guys like Derek Hall and Boye Mafe. But are these guys, merely good players, or are these guys that can rise to become difference makers? I have a lot on this. There's a lot of talent on this defense, and there's a lot of potential on this defense. And I will say, Skylar, there's absolutely the potential to get to being a top 3 type defense in the sport. But there's a lot of leaps that have to happen beyond what it is or what it was last year to get there. And I think I would be more apt to say that if I was saying in general terms, probably around 7 or 8. I think a bit of a factor of this is that I don't know that the offense is going to be tremendously a big consistent part of what we do. It might be kind of just getting by, running the ball. You might be kind of just trying to get through the year a little bit as you're trying to get this offensive line right. Now, does that put more stress on the defense? Now is the defense out on the field more because of 3 and outs? And so now they're a much better defense than their actual statistical point would tell you that they are. But the offense has held them back in some part to that too. So 7-8 is where you'll probably land by the end of next year, I would say. Somewhere in that territory of things. There is the top end to get to the third, but there'd be a lot of things in it. Tariq Woolen needs to come in and have the best year of his career. You need to go find a nose tackle that's legit down in there. One of these 2 edge rushers in Mafe or Hall has to come forward in their game. Tyrese Knight needs to build upon his rookie year and not have a sophomore slump. The ball skills of Kobe Bryant need to continue to show up next year with what he brought. All that would need to come together to get to the third state of things, but it's absolutely possible. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, question in the chat, B. Definitely trying to get through all those. I'll see if I cover it. I don't know what you mean on question in the chat. I'm not sure on that one, God's Gang. Sorry, man. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Is Tevin Jenkins a better fit than Mekhi Becton? Estimated money? Estimated money's got to be hard to pinpoint, Randall. I would probably say that you're looking at signing somewhere in the neighborhood of a 4 years, $75 million deal for Tevin Jenkins. Something like that. He is a former tackle convert to guard with the Bears. And so mobility, movement-based stuff, he gives you all that. He's a total mauler, badass type who'll get in there and mix it up. And there really isn't, the question with Jenkins really isn't talent or fit. He fits, he's got the talent. It really is more of that injury stuff. And is he a guy that just has stuff that's always going to be kind of lingering on him and that you always have a little bit of something you're dealing with on him and he gives you a good play, but he's just not, the availability side of it is just not there with him. That's the big part with him. But I would say, yeah, he's more technically skilled, I think, too, than Becton. Becton's just really big and just kind of works off being kind of I'm bigger and longer than you. And I think Becton still is too, trying to kind of figure out how to play guard and deal in leverage. Jenkins has had some years of making that transition as well, in addition to that, Randall. But Jenkins is really big. He's really wide, gives you that perfect kind of guard body inside there, and still has the movement. So he can deal with those twitchy guys off the 3-tech and handle them. So yeah, I'd say he's a better fit. But I think somewhere in that neighborhood, I mean, the prices are going crazy town. So I think that he'd be right in that territory of being just a bit below where Robert Hunt was last year, because the injury thing is going to nick a little of this. But I would get the feeling on this that the competition and the amount of people bidding for him is going to push this up on the other side of that. It's where there's a couple of things kind of running into each other, I think, on this Jenkins deal to try to get to the point of the pure value there, Randall. It's a great question, though. GR15, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what's your ideal wide receiver to Kupp? Diggs draft. I think it would be great if you could, GR15, do a signing of a Kupp or get a Jack Besh type. Besh has been a guy that I've really gravitated towards. I think he's got a lot of stuff that's very similar to Cooper Kupp. Not quite the change of direction stuff of Kupp, but the similarities between them are much more similar than dissimilar. And he would be a guy that I think I'd look to in this draft to target in. I would much rather have a Kupp over a Diggs type. Kupp's not coming off of a torn ACL. Those torn ACL injuries, man, they come back a year later, but they're rarely back at the same kind of explosiveness. They tend to have those little small ailing things that pop up, tight hamstring, tight calf. It just, you got to get through the woods on that one a little bit. And with Kupp, I know he's got his own injury history, but it's not that, at least. So Kupp is my ideal out there. The wide receiver market is really weak. He blocks like a demon out there from the wide receiver position. He can play the Z. He can play the slot. He might even be able to give you some X snaps here and there mixed in with it. He's had offenses that he's operated in that's been very close to this offense. So the routes that he's used to are the same routes you're going to be running here. I don't think he's going to be terribly expensive. And then when you have Besh in here, I'd want to do kind of a Besh-Kupp combo on this, or find a Besh like it. Maybe it can be Higgins. Maybe it can be Trey Harris. But you get some kind of guy like that so that if Kupp does have the injury thing pop up, you've got the guy behind him. You'd ideally like to let that guy wait a year before he ascends into the starting lineup. But if you have to throw him out there, then if Kupp does have something go down, you can do so. But Besh would be the main guy, or those couple other guys I mentioned. Higgins is another guy a lot of people love, and I like him a lot as well. Very pure fit into what this offense does. I'm not as big on Alec Ayanamor myself. I got him now down in the 3rd round. But some people like him a lot, have him a little bit higher. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. Would you move up like 2 spots for Grant? Yeah, I would. And this would be mainly driven to move up now more than ever by the fact that the cost has gone down to move up. If you're going from 9 to 1 and going to get your quarterback, you're giving it up all the picks. But then there's this weird drop off that occurs that, what did I forget what the team gave. I think it was a 3rd round pick a couple of years ago when the Lions, they wanted to pick Devin Witherspoon after our pick, and they moved back to like 12. And I remember the time going, that's all I got? It was very insignificant, the returns. For jumping back 6 picks where you're leaving essentially the blue chip range of the draft to go to 12. So the cost is not going to be as great as it's been in the past to make that move. 18 to 14, 18 to 11. You're giving up maybe a late 3rd round pick, and maybe not even that much, especially with your collection of 4th, 5th rounders. Maybe you can throw a 4th, 5th, or a future this, future that. Find a creative combination to make it work in that way. But I trust in my outlook on Grant. He's as good of a nose tackle of coming out in recent drafts as we've seen since at least Jordan Davis. And I think at the very least, he's going to be as good as Jordan Davis, but I also think he might give you even a little more than Jordan Davis, as far as my outlook on him. Paulie, 704. Thank you for the $5 donation, Paulie. He says, I've been busy working the past few days. Has our window on a decent interior offensive lineman closed? Sorry, guys. My nose is just not in a spot today. Jeez Louise. Allergies. Has our window on a decent interior offensive lineman closed? I do like Demarcus Lawrence with AD. Yeah, Lawrence signing is a good one. I think especially, Paulie, when we find out the final numbers on the deal, you're going to feel really good about it because you're going to realize it's a 2-year deal. We're going to spend about $9 million a year on those 2 years. And that's going to be, I think, pretty good value for him as a player as long as he is able to maintain his health at his age 33. The window's starting to close. Yeah, a lot of guys have gone off the board, and it was not a very deep list to begin with. I think you could make the argument it wasn't a particularly good list to work off of either, and maybe a bit of the reason we haven't made as much of a movement here. But Will Freeze, Drew Dahlman, Ryan Kelly, Kevin Zeitler, all off the board at this point. There are some remaining guys that are out there. Specifically, the main one here, Paulie, is going to be Tevin Jenkins. And outside of that, it gets lean. Aaron Banks, another guy, went on a 4-year, $77 million deal out there to Green Bay. I think you're going to have to match that deal to get Jenkins, by the way. There are guys or two here. Dalton Risner's out there. There's a guy or two, but it's leaning out and really fast, Paulie. Really, really, really fast. Excuse me. IP says, good strat, preach. Thank you, IP. Mark says, hey, B, last mock, be aggressive, try to trade up for a top 5 pick or get an extra first. We'll try to see if we can work it. I'll try to work something out on that there, Mark. And we'll do this Kenneth Grant or the Ted McMillan move up. And we'll run that mock here in just a sec, I promise. IP says the double dip strat is foolproof. I'm on board. I feel it is too. I ideally would have liked to have taken care of in free agency so you could just go free and clear all the way through the draft. But if this is the way we got to go, it's the way we got to go. And just because you're forced in a direction doesn't mean it has to be a bad direction. And the one thing that stands out to me about this draft, though people really bang on it for not having the quality, the unique part of the quality within this particular draft is that the interior of the offensive line is actually pretty strong compared to other years. There are some years like we had 2 years ago where you had Steve Avila and Osiris Torrance as your only guards, period. Left guard, right guard. That was really all that was worthy of being taken first, second, most of the way through the third round. It was an awful draft for interior linemen. Not that way now. Not that way in this draft. So the double dip also does, even though it's a bit of you reaching for need, the need does fit to the value of the position that's there. Where, okay, you might be not going to the top guy on your board, but you're only having to go down 3 slots to go to the lineman that's ranked in there with the rest of the guys. Thank you, man. Brian says, Brando, Jenkins or Becton as a free agent signing? I go Tevin Jenkins. I'll take the injury risk to get the pure fit. That'd be the better way to me. It's on YouTube this day? Okay. I'll sub up on YouTube to you, man. Check it out. Theo says, because of Lawrence, is Shamar Stewart ruled out? I would think most likely, but not definitively. Because you don't have another real power edge on this roster now outside of Lawrence. So you could look to make sure that you've got an insurance policy there for a guy that is 33, that is coming off a season where he played 4 games and a foot injury. It does depend a little bit, Theo, on how hype they are on Shamar. Because I think it's like you're going to need to get him in the first round if you're going to get him. Do they love him that much? Do they trust in his ability to realize a potential that he has not yet really shown fully on the field for the physical potential that he kind of teases? That's a harder question to quite pin down because it does sort of depend really fully on where the team's outlook is at on him as a player. And there's such a variance on him. 16-bit blocker, we had Cross and Lucas start as rookies. Do the same thing at OG. I like the young and hungry. That's it. Bingo. You do the Lucas Cross thing. Why did the Lucas and Cross thing work? You know, when you were reaching for need, well, it's because of what I've said in the past on this. If you want to spend, you don't have to spend money on offensive linemen. If you've determined they were too overpaid, it ain't worthwhile, then that's fine, John. Then you better hammer drafts as far as line goes, and you've got to do it early. It is not about that, well, we'll take 3 in the day 3 range of it, and one of them will be sure to be something. No. You got to pay for quality somewhere. You don't want to pay the prime prices at the pump and free agency, then you got to pay the prime prices in the draft. It is a one or the other. And John has kind of gone a little bit of neither at times, but the few times he has dipped his toe into this pool, like the Cross, like the Lucas Year, first and third round pick, it paid immediate dividends. Even to this day, it's paid dividends, as we still have an offensive line in complete disarray, but the two stable parts, the two pillar parts that we can count on are those two picks. So going back down that same road once again makes a lot of sense. It adds up, it tracks, that's for sure. 1 second, I'll be right back here, folks. We're back. Alien Wizard says, imagine Jihad in earnest. Tantalizing. Yeah. Jihad's a good player, but I think he's definitely off the board at this point for our Hawks. They got to like Tyrese there. AI says our run defense is going to be stout, especially if Lawrence can get back close to the 2023 level of Lawrence. Very much so. A big part of what's been missing when we've had issues with run defense lately, even with the Draymond Jones move out to the edge, has been being able to be attacked on the edge. That's certainly where Derek Hall last year had a lot of rough moments where he couldn't set the edge. He was not as aware of what was going on with the running game around him, and could get over aggressive and collapse down and then open up the back door. Having a guy that can do this is a big deal to this defense. As I was saying in my video earlier on Lawrence, it's in a lot of ways where this defense starts is with the power edges. CD Woods, I think we are only going to sign one interior offensive lineman, starter, maybe Jenkins, maybe Risner. After that, I think we draft one first 2 days that can compete for a starter spot. I could see it. Emily says, do another mock draft since we have 2 second-rounders and 2 third-rounders. Won't mind another linebacker for more depth. No, I wouldn't mind either on that, Emily. And all right, you guys, your wish is my demand. I will knock this out here. Let's do a mock. We'll run a couple of these back to back. So we'll just do. I didn't like the ones I'd run yesterday. I was doing okay yesterday. We're getting better about it, but let's do a couple to Mark Sanchez's point. We'll do one where I move up. We'll do one where we just kind of pick to the native picks with this mock thing. We'll go on this one with, we'll do this natively here, and then I will flip over to the PFN one because I know that people like that one a lot as well. Everyone's got kind of their one that they prefer over the other, so to speak. We'll visual value. This is supposed to have all the good ones in this. So we'll roll this up. And we're supposed to have our picks here. So let's see. See, again, I thought we were supposed to have our comp picks in here. So they've got the third picks, but they don't have the extra comp picks in here. So, yeah, we're supposed to have one extra fifth at least. And now we got our fourth pick back on the comp pick one that we traded for Ernest. But I could have sworn we had one more on that. Whatever. I'm not worried about it. We'll figure it out later. Okay. So we're natively here right now. Got our different receivers on the board. Offensive line-wise, we got Kelvin Banks here, Malachi Starks, Kenneth Grant. I've taken Kenneth Grant the last couple of times, so let's go with something a little bit different on this one. And so we'll start with Kelvin Banks on this. Let's go a little different. All right, we're up here now on 2. Inside linebacker corner. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. No, 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 no. All right, so we went Banks the first pick. Well, we're in a tough scenario here on this one. Wide receiver is awful after that. This drops right off the cliff. This is the tough spot of the draft for me here. This second round pick with way PFF's run. I hope the PFN one's better. This one's just, I look through these names and I'm like, if I've already addressed the offensive line. See, that's where, again, we come back to, I'm going to rerun this again, but this is kind of the indication why I don't want to go offensive line with that pick, where it's really is defense there that you got to roll with. Because you come back into the second round and that's where the offensive line talent's at. Really just knew two ways about it. It's like almost no point in grabbing at 18 the offensive lineman, because you're left with like very little else after you go and you go lineman here. You're stuck back looking at a bunch of like edges and just guys that don't make sense. McMillan. Yeah, so now you can come back here and you can look a little bit more for an offensive lineman. We got Shooter Sanders here. Yeah, Sabania. Try to not draft a guy I've drafted recently. So I've gone heavily to Ariante Arce. That would be my pick here. I don't think he's going to be available, though, into the second round. So let's go with a guy that I think is going to be able to play guard and tackle combo. Marcus Valdez. Come back. Yeah. Wow. Shadur's still there, huh? And so many mocks last couple days. My eyes are crossing. I'm kind of driven here to go maybe. All right, so we got our tackle guard convert. We got just a pure guard convert here. We can go with Tate or Milliam. Milliam. We're taken care of as far as now as far as that goes. Need a nose tackle. Davion Williams or Harold Bannon. Got both those two guys at the top of my draft. Kind of already have your two tight ends because you haven't gotten Noah Fant moved yet. Let's go with Savion. Mm. It's a while before I pick next year. So I got to be careful. We're at so far. All right. So I'm gonna roll not quite with quarterback yet because PFF hasn't updated their quarterback thing yet. I'm gonna go McLaughlin. He come back 5th round. Why not? Quarterback. Okay, come back here in the 6th. We got a few picks here in the 6th. Definitely use some corner help. Remember this guy? Have I seen his tape or not? Okay. Boy, Crawford out there, Mickens out there. Excuse me. Mm. Yeah, corner got lean in this draft. Those guys went quick. Get an outside corner. Grading my draft. They hate my drafts usually. I'm not popular with PFF on the old drafters. All right. So we got the first one in the books here. Let me explain myself. Explain yourself. Okay, so I go McMillan. He drops in the first round of that spot all day long, in my opinion. Marcus Mbow is a guy who's not 6'6", 6'7". I don't think he's going to have any difficulty transitioning outside about 6'3", very strong, very athletic, good mover in space. Wide Milliam the same way. So I'm double dipping down to where I can kick in Haynes to center. I don't want to rely on basically anybody in house. I know this might set some people off on this, but I think part of fixing this is to stop expecting what has not shown you anything quite yet on the field that's going to come to be. If it does, great. If Haynes turns into a player, great. If Lumea turns into a player, great. If Bradford can finally have the light bulb come on, great. I ain't counting on it. And so I would double dip down to make sure of this. These are both my guards moving into the future. Milliam is my left guard, and Bow would be my right guard. And then whatever happens with Haynes is whatever happens with Haynes at that point. Jordan Phillips, one of the better nose tackles in this draft from Maryland, a very young player, about 20 years old. Savion Williams, one of the best yak machines in this draft, something that still remains a need on this team as it stands right now. Seth McLaughlin would be the best center in this draft and probably taken in the late 3rd round if he was healthy and didn't come off of a major injury there at Ohio State. I think he's still going to be a very good player once he comes back off of that, a very athletic mover in space prior to the injury. Quinn Ewers, we all know that John Schneider loves him, and this just feels inevitable. So that's as much of an inevitability pick than anything else. Keaton Crawford, Smail, Mondin, Fentrell, all guys that could be in the mix of things. Keaton, as far as a starter, Smail, kind of more of a weapon piece you could use all over the place, really explosive and athletic. Not a finished product at all, but an interesting player nonetheless. Okay, quickly, let's go over here and do the PFN one. Again, I know that's the one that some of you guys prefer a little bit more than others. So we will go into this, and we're going to do a trade-up scenario on this one. If I can pull it off. think the only way to pull it off is to do a multiplayer thing. Let me see if I can. Oh, wait, hold on. Looking for the button. Hold on here, guys. One sec. I'm trying to figure out where the damn teams I'm looking to trade up with here. It's always the one that you're looking at every other one and you can't find the one you're looking for. Okay, let's just do the Dolphins, I guess. All right, 18, 30. 92. And I'm going to add these fifths. This is what we're going to get the compensatory. So I'm going to work this into this. Oh, you can't force it in this one? Oh, boy. Okay. I'm going to try this trade-up scenario, Mark. But I'm not going too long on this of trying to figure out if it ain't going to let me do it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why you guys like PFN so much. I get so many requests on this one, and it's so limited, and I don't even think it's all that much more accurate as gets pressed to me that no, it's way more accurate PFN. Can't even do a freaking trade on this. That a third round pick to jump up 5 spots, and it's rejecting that. Yeah, it's way more. It's like way more realistic than PFN. Okay, so. Guys, I know you like PFN ones, but I'm not going to wrestle with their site. So we'll just do this over on the regular one. And sorry if you folks like the PFN one, but tell them to fix their site and let me push through trade so I can make it. Tell them to update their site too because it's got none of the comps in it. Okay. So what we will do here is try to figure out if we can. Kind of hard to do the trade up with this, man. It's not easy on how they're rolling this. Okay, 18. Let's go to the Dolphins at 13, and we'll go 18, and we'll throw in the 92. And let's get back the late round pick, which should be 173, 226. So we got like that coming back as the comp pick, right? I want to get the comp pick back, right? At least on this, something like that. Force this trade to happen. All right, we're at the top of the draft. And none of the guys are much different than the guys that were available to us at 18. Definitely not grabbing. Wait, why weren't I? Where didn't I do the? Oh boy, I think after streaming 4 straight days, my eyes are starting to kind of cross on doing these mocks. To be honest with you guys, I'm gonna try this once here. It's not. I'm kind of wrestling with it here with you guys. I think I just kind of want to more stay in the chat with you guys tonight. I know that the mock has got a lot of push here to do this stuff, but I'm kind of feeling a little more chill mode, a little bit under the weather tonight. All right, here, 92, and then give me the 156, and then force the damn trade, and then force the trade, and then start the draft. Okay, we're picking up here. Go Will Johnson. Just try to change this up a little bit. Not going to think through this stuff too much on this here. We're just going to kind of fly down the line. All right, you need to get an offensive lineman here now. You are stuck, as you can see, that you're down to your Tate Ratledges and whatnot here into the second round. So it's already getting a little bit tight. Kind of by necessity here, we're going to have to take Ratledge. Oh, Shadur. I'm just going to piss people off with this draft. my goal on this one. All right, back again here. We got still third round with Milliam there. Okay, well, we got a double dip, like I said on this, so let's come back and grab Milliam. And then, boy, a wide receiver just drops off a freaking cliff in this draft. This is why I would really like to prefer to get Kupp, because you could really get faced with this situation where you just don't have much of anything you're rolling with. Let's just have some fun with this. We got McLaughlin in the 5th. Let's go. We're going with Tyler Shock in the 6th. Malachi Moore, get the safety position addressed. I've already gone with Mondin. Let's go with Fairchild. Let's just make sure we got the line dealt with. All right, guys. There's our 2 mocks for the day. We got the scenario we just said, Pat. We got the scenario where we trade back a bit here. We are in the season. Tis is the season. It's mock central here. So Will Johnson's a guy who could have a lot of heat to Seattle, in my opinion, with the Michigan background, with Mike McDonald. A guy whose tape is not as good in 24 as it is in 23. But that is also explained by the fact that he was fighting through an injury. And you're getting a guy that I think is very similar to a Patrick Surtain on the tape that he gave you in 23. Tate Ratledge, you have to kind of stretch at this point these 2 picks. That's why I say with the double dip in the 2nd and 3rd round, this becomes necessity. I didn't want to be here. I don't want to draft that way. But there's the necessity of having to draft this way if you're not going to deal with it in free agency. I mean, you are not just risking a catastrophe at that point. You're probably likely to be able to count on one if you're going to go down that route. Denzel Burke, functional outside corner, double dip down. No, not necessarily any guarantee that Woolen is going to be here in the long term, especially if the cornerback costs are going to continue to go up as high. J.C. Horn getting $25 million a year on a $100 million deal. So you have that. You have Josh Jobe as well on the final year of his deal. So you're double dipping down in the cornerbacks in this draft because you do have a necessity for that. As my approach, it didn't show you a whole hell of a lot on the other side of that. Jackson Oz, best blocking tight end in this draft. You lose Farrell Brown. You paid $3 million last year for a blocking tight end. Yes, you have your other 2 on the front side of this, but this gives you the 3rd angle of it. You're going to be in a lot of 21 personnel, a lot of 12 personnel. You're going to need a fullback. He can give you those fullback snaps here and get that in the 5th round. I already talked about Seth McLaughlin a second ago as far as center goes. I love him a lot. Tyler Shock, he's gaining a lot of heat in this draft. A guy where even some people are talking about maybe there's an outside chance he could go in the 1st round. I think that would be crazy talk for a guy who's older, who has an injury history, but it speaks to how good his talent is and how good the tape is with this guy and how he's performed. And then Malachi Moore, really undersized, but savvy. He's played a ton of football. Alabama program, Alabama safeties, those tend to be pretty safe players as far as being at least functional. And I like Fairchild's tape. I thought he was a good guard there out there for Georgia. So if he lasts into the center, I think I'd go one more time on that just to make sure I can feel warm and fuzzy and go to bed at night and feel good about where that would be at. But Will Johnson is, in my opinion, very close to being a blue chip type talent in this draft as far as a corner goes. It's only the fact that you have that drop off of 24 tape, why he's not considered higher. And again, explained into that is by the fact that he had a pretty major injury he was trying to fight through and gut out. It's a little bit like this. It's like the JSN one, where you got Jackson Smith and Jigba because of the fact that he had a hamstring injury that knocked out his whole prior year in college, but except for 2 games. And so you were taking, theoretically a little bit of a risk, but you're also able to take advantage of that injury situation for the player you were truly getting. Will Johnson's tape is legitimate. And I think he's going to realize that talent he promised back in 2023, saying nothing of the fact he fits to this defense, knows this defense, having played in it at Michigan. But let me know what you guys think. And we'll keep running more of these mocks on it. I'm a bit under the weather tonight, so I can't get as into the trades. I need to just update these so I don't have to do 15 trades. Gabe, sorry a little bit late on that donation there, Gabe, but Gabe2166, thank you for the $5 donation. Would you compare the Lawrence signing to the Clemens signing from back in the day? I would say that this is actually, I mean, it's kind of, I would say that they're other than the fact that they're a little older players, when you're getting them on that, Gabe, I would say no. I would estimate that probably Lawrence probably has a good 15 pounds on him. More of Lawrence's game, I think, is going to be a little more built on the physicality of his game. Clemens had some of that, but Clemens had some of the traditional things you look for in edge rushers too, with some first step quickness and a little bit of some bend off the edge in what he brought. I think that Lawrence as well is going to be more of a better player as far as a run defender. Not that Clemens was a bad run defender, but what Clemens brought to play at his best was really as a pass rusher, and then he was all right as a run defender, whereas Lawrence is a better run defender who's all right as a pass rusher, / gives you some maybe even reasonable upside as a pass rusher. But yeah, I would think that they're a little different in that way. The other thing with Clemens, Gabe, is that you brought him in here at that time to play the Leo position. The Leo in Coach Carroll's 4-3 defense is the edge that is aligned like a wide 9, but has his hand in the dirt. Lawrence is going to be playing more of the 5-tech Red Bryant role, which is that you're not in a wide 9, you're heads up over the top of the tackle, or if you have the tight end to your side, you might be stretched out to deal with the tight end, but by and large, you're going to be over the tackle heads up. And so, different place too on the field than where they're lined up at. So it's kind of, there's some slight similarities there, but it's much more different. Zach, thank you for the 10 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says that 6th is 175, I think. That might be right. That might be right on it. Hopefully they get their thing updated here pretty soon. In general terms, it's right, but it'd be nice to have all the picks kind of aligned in there a bit. Tiza, thank you for the $2 donation. It says NASCAR package looks scary with Demarcus Lawrence. Indeed, it does. Again, though, with this a little bit, Lawrence, the NASCAR package is the package you bring in for the pass rushing set. Back in the day. So So the NASCAR packages referencing when you would have your early 4-down linemen, like you would have a Red Bryant, and you'd have your guys that were more run defenders early downs, and then you would get to your pass situations, and you would go to your NASCAR package. But then what you were doing with your NASCAR package is flopping out run defenders to bring in pass rushers all across the board. So Brandon McBain and Clint McDonald became Michael Bennett Brandon McBain and Tony McDaniel. Tony McDaniel became Clint McDonald and Michael Bennett. I'm getting definitely after 4 days of streaming, I can feel my brain starting to tap here, folks. So I'm totally sorry. I'm getting like completely out of it here a bit. I'm trying to like keep these names all tracked in my head. So it's more tease. I'm just kind of confused when you say the NASCAR thing, and I know that there's a look of Lawrence with 60 sacks in his career and saying, okay, the guy's really good at getting the quarterback too then, right? Like he's a badass getting quarterback. It's like, it's okay. But what you're bringing him in here to do is to be not the NASCAR guy, but to be part of the early rundown package guy. He's there to be the 5-tech. He's there to be the run stuffer. And in addition to this, you're doing this move because in Derek Hall, for instance, you have a guy who you might have some certainty to as far as a coaching staff that he can't play the run. That's not as good as what you want to put on display on his game. So then he becomes the NASCAR guy. You essentially you're looking to sort of flip between the two on this sort of the Lawrence to a Hall and how you float. So that's why I'm a little confused on when you make the reference to the NASCAR, because that was what the NASCAR was built in, was not to use the run stuffers on passing downs, but to use the pass rushers on passing downs. Was the basic way it ran with it. But he's a very good addition, Tisa, and he's going to provide and suit to that role, really well. But he's coming in to play the power edge, early down run defender. He'll get some snaps as a pass rusher, but that will be really the spot that he's got to stay to. And just to know if you guys have a reference for me on it, just Brandon B, if you need me to. Kyron Lacey is technically in the draft, Tisa, but I've heard that there's supposed to be some charges coming down the line on him. So a little bit of kind of hearing it from both ways. Phillips says Tate will be solid. Tate's solid. He does seem pretty solid to me. Just seems like good mean potatoes kind of pick. King's out of my draft. Probably should trade up higher in the draft. I'm going to trade up. Get kind of some similar players there still at 13, but I want to make sure it's a third round pick. We're kind of flipping in there. Bomber trades don't happen in the NFL. Pretty PFN and pretty accurate. I suppose so. Antoine Cobb, what are your thoughts on Matthew Golden at 18, or would he be available at 50? I believe he could be the Hawks 1B. I think that with his combine times that he has solidified himself as a first-round receiver, Antoine, and there's even a very decent chance that he might be the first wide receiver off the board. It sort of depends on the evaluations of these teams, but there's nothing certain with these two receivers in this draft. And as we even saw last year with Marvin Harrison, there's a lot of teams back and forth with him and Neighbors down the line on it. So maybe even a chance he ends up getting taken in like the top 12 picks. Don't think he's a top 5 guy. Don't think he's probably likely to be top 10, but there's a chance here. At 18 would be where you'd have to take him. He'd be worthy of going there because he provides the elements that are necessary in this receiving core as far as great route running. He's got the burst. He's got the speed, pretty good hands, and also provides yak. Those combinations of skills for the wide receiver position in this offense work. And that's best utilized in this offense. So he'd fit to that, but you're not going to get him into the second round. I would be completely shocked if he got outside the first at this point. Don't know if he'll be the first receiver, but completely shocked if he got outside the first. Haley says the Lawrence deal is only $332 with up to $10 million in incentives. 18 guaranteed means an easy out after 2 years. That's kind of epic. It's a good deal. Yeah, great deal from the Seahawks perspective. Very, very cheap on their side. Very cheap on their side. Yeah, I forgot to hit the trade button. I'm loopy today a little bit. I can sense it. I'm not running it 100%. Max Tavion Williams is a really good player. Carmen says, can you explain the draft grading system? If you received an F for a particular player, is it because where you drafted them or drafting a position that is not of need, etc.? It's based on where you're drafting them and where they've predisposed that those players should go. So you're grabbing a guy down here and you're overlooking these guys, and it's going to penalize you then for doing that. But the little slight issue here is that, in my opinion, PFF does it's good. It's as close as you get. Nothing's going to be perfect, but everything is in general terms and where it's being slotted right now with the PFF system, where there's a lot of guys that are in kind of weird different play, like Shock in the 6th round. So they've got guys kind of positioned in this draft, I think, much differently from where the NFL will really have it. It's close, Carmen, but it's off, which is why I don't just go purely off the top of the rip with that, because it's not my true value board at that point. Kind of like I'm going off my own personal value board. D-Man says, Brandon, what's up, my guy? What's up? You need rest, bro. You sound pretty sick. I'm fighting a little something off, I think. Yeah. Getting through a little bit of something here. But you know me. Even if I'm not 100%, I'm just going to tape it up, rub a little dirt on it, get on out here. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you, man. Mac Jones is 39. He licks it. He licks it. At least his Kupp's big thing I like for him is his yak and dominance on quick routes. Just not sure what he does that JSN doesn't do better, younger, and cheaper. I think he's got a bit more straight line speed even at this age than JSN does. And it's where I'd give him a little bit of an ability to play a little more on the outside than I think JSN can play on the outside. Max says, Trevor Sickerman from PFF says, every draft is sent to the PFF basement where Mike McCarthy resides and he grades it by hand. While he's getting a massage, Max. Head down on the massage table. Moss Productions, I think we need another interior lineman on the defense in the early rounds and 2 interior O linemen earlier. Yes, sir, Moss. Absolutely. You technically need right now 2 nose tackles. You are stacked healthy and deep as far as 3 techs go, but you need some big space eaters right now above all else as it stands. That's for sure. Hawks I view Cooper Kupp the Hawks, yes, but the Vikings would be a good fit, and he looks the part. There's a lot of competition out there. We're hearing that maybe the Packers are in on this too. Emerald Jack Besh in the second round. I'd take him there. If he can last there, he might go up at the top of the second round right now with some of the heat behind him. Jalen Knowles, nice too, Emerald Hayes. Lucky says, if you had to put money on it right now, would you say Kupp signs with the Hawks? Kind of, I guess. I do. I'm a little torn on this one because I think the market on him is getting bigger than probably what Schneider thought it was going to be when he was released. Where there might be 4 teams and they might be throwing more than the 1-year deal flyer at him, and it gets a little bit more sticky now because of that. So I'm a little torn on that one, Lucky. I would say probably not because of so much of the competition that exists there for him. Steve Schmidt, yours is my favorite Seahawks YouTube show. I watch them all, and I do like Brendan Nelson. Well, thank you, Steve. That's high praise. A lot of people here doing this YouTube game here for Seahawks do great work. And so be put up in the likes of them. Feels good. I'm with that. They do a good job. King, Mace Taylor, Elijah Orojo are the guys I'm looking for early. I like Taylor. You're going to have to sign me up for Orojo. I can't get on board with the tape when I watch him, but he had a hell of a Senior Bowl. Throw house, Pat Bryan looks decent. He's a decent wideout. I was thinking about taking him in my my mock as well. I just couldn't pull the trigger on that one. Brian Blank says, Brando, will you post the results of your mock somewhere? I was getting some stuff done while you were running those. Yeah. Well, here, I'll show you the 2 we ran. So this was the second one we ran. If you want to take a quick little shotty of it. Got that one as the first one we ran out. I'll post the second one here in a sec. Bob, how you feel if we took Tyler at 18? I'd be okay to make my peace with it. I think I have a pretty solid idea that he's going to be a good player. Steve says, your show is Peak of the Mountain, though. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that, man. I really do. And it's very kind. That's high praise. Very high praise. Haley B, I'm kind of excited about Haynes as right guard this season with Kubiak's system and an offseason to get stronger. Worried about Sundell Olu, though, and left guard. One free agent guard, and I'm feeling mostly good until the draft. Well, especially if it's a Tevin Jenkins, where it's actual quality and not just a body. But yeah, Haynes has got a lot of opportunity in this system, maybe a better fit with the zone-based nature of it. And I'm not out on Haynes in any measure of this with it, Haley, with me, on wanting to do like the double dip. The one thing I just don't want to do is I don't want to count on Olu. I don't want to count on Sundell. I don't want to count on Lumea. I don't want to count on Bradford, and I don't want to count on Haynes because they've not shown it to me on the field. They've not shown me up until this point that they can play. Lola's right around league average-ish, I guess, at like 22nd ranked center in the sport. So he's like sort of tickling the middle portion of it, but not the other guys. And so they could come forward. It'd be great to see it happen, but then I need to not count on it. I need to make sure I'm taking care of that and resolving those positions ahead of this, so we don't get ourselves in that same kind of pickle we've been in recent years. Joseph, I made Brandon Nelson a bit upset today during the free agency stream. Well, I mean, I know it's, I think I went back and watched his first day one stream on it, as people were telling me that was like he was on tilt or whatever with that, and I didn't really necessarily feel it was on a tilt thing. I think what sometimes happens here is, and I run into this all the time, and it's as I've said, sometimes where you feel like doing the content creation business where you have to tap dance around just giving your opinion, especially when it's opinion which is going to have some negativity associated with it. And that you get the section of the fan base which just will lose its mind almost on you if you do that. And, Brendan was getting heavily pushed back for just having what he, was his reaction to it. And I can sympathize with him on that. I feel I have myself running that same line at sometimes. It's like, look, it's my opinion. You all don't have to agree with me on this thing, but leave me my opinion at least. Like, let me have it. Don't make me have to feel like I got to just be positive at every turn. Or, and you guys don't. I'm not saying you do, but I think he was getting some of that within his chat, where it was like they were just wanting positive Paul to come to play. And that's not what he's trying to do, and it's not what I'm trying to do. And I get where people are coming from in that they don't want to hear people, moan and complain about the team. But if it's true, if it's real, then it's kind of valid, isn't it? To be in that position, even if you don't agree with it necessarily. So, yeah. I mean, this can be kind of a rough game sometimes in dealing with this stuff where it's just, you get into some of the stuff where it's just like, man, it's just, you're fighting just to get kind of the basic word in. But it's been frustrating watching the team and some of the moves too, from a lot of people's perspective, which I get on that. Oh, let me get the other, Brian, let me get the other deal for you there. So this was the first one I ran on the other side of this. This was the one that wasn't the second one that I just posted was the trade up. This was just the stand pat and call it a day and pick it down the line one. IP man, why is Nwosu costing $21 million? Laughing out loud. He shouldn't be. There's a restructure that's gone on, and part of why I say we're at the cap space, we got to be careful about, we know where it's at right now. We don't quite know where it is at, because there's probably going to be a Nwosu restructure coming in. You have the two contracts coming in with Jaron Reed and Ernest Jones. You've got the Sam Darnold deal, the Scantling, the Demarcus Lawrence. We got to kind of see where all those numbers factor out to get the final dollar bills down. But they were trying to get it renegotiated. I don't think that they were going to be willing to let him play at that current cost he was at IP. So I would guess that we're going to hear about that restructure shortly. JO says, what small school stud are we getting? The Jackson Slater kid in the 6th round. It's more 6th round, I'd say, because I don't know if he lasts the 6th round. And then there's this kid, Clay Webb. Those are two guys who may be really on the radar there in that 6th, 7th round. And the team has met with Jackson Slater. But two guys that I think are a scheme fit, small school guys, grabbing them in the 6th round, penny stocks, high reward kind of stuff there, JO. IP says Kupp would want to come to Seattle since it's his hometown, and he's got a grudge now with the Rams. Think of what happens to Sherman with the Niners. Well, it'd be great if we get an all-pro season out of Kupp, like the Niners got out of Sherman when he went out there to San Francisco. And that's true about the home situation. And it does often happen where teams like this that have been very productive for a team get released, they go and stay within the division to make that team feel the pain for pivoting off of them. Might be the way he goes. Steve says, yeah, King, his Booker's raw score is really low, and he would be one of the rarities out there of guys being drafted high with that kind of athletic score that he posted. The one thing, though, there is King, is that he's being given a lot of heat to be like a top 20 pick right now. A lot of heat. And I don't know why necessarily with those testing numbers. I mean, I had him on as a second round grade prior to the combine. I certainly, at the very least, have him there now. Chris, Cam Jackson or Nazir Stackhouse? I'm more of a Nazir Stackhouse guy, I think. I don't believe I've actually taken a look at Cam Jackson quite yet, though. So I have to admit that I haven't quite gotten to Cam on that side. But I really like Nazir Stackhouse because you get him as kind of that guy where you're beyond Kenneth Grant, and then you get beyond the next section, which is the Jordan Phillips and the Jamari Caldwells, and then you get into kind of the tier 3 range, which is Nazir. But he can really be a good early down run defender from that nose tackle position. And you're getting that in the 5th, 6th round. I think that's really good value in there for a guy who gives you a skill set that you've had a hard time finding. Hankins didn't fill it last year. Cam Young wasn't able to fill it since he's been here. So it's a necessity at this point. I will try to take a look at Cam Jackson, just haven't had a chance to peek at him. I do think, King, you're right about Booker's testing scores would at the very least remove him probably from a Seattle scheme or a Shanahan kind of scheme. I do think he does go high, though. Steve says, as long as Kupp goes somewhere other than Kansas City, I'm good. San Francisco is on pause and Arizona is no threat. Washington commodes would maybe be a good fit for Cupster. I think the Commanders make a lot of sense from there. A little bit of redundancy there with Debo to agree, but he can do, like I say, some of those outside stuff at the receiver position to offset a little bit of that. And maybe a place he could be looking to go. Maybe on that one. Kansas City would be an interesting fit for him. And Kansas City's not really signaled a lot of what they're intending to do at the wide receiver position quite yet. I feel like they're going to make a move at some point or another. Lucky 1487 says, I like Deion Walker as a guy in the 2nd, 3rd round. He's the definition of a space eater. There's no doubting his size, Lucky. There's not maybe a bigger man purely in this draft in overall dimensions. The issue would be with Walker just comes into the tape, and it's very, very spotty with him. And he's a guy that should be a real dominant nose tackle at his size, but he operates more like a big 3 technique. And when you put him in and you make him a nose tackle, he doesn't really hold up well as a nose tackle. But there's definitely a lot of upside there with the guy. And he's got that big body. I mean, he's a huge, massive man. But that'd be just my one worry with him is the tape hasn't quite backed up 2nd, 3rd round production. Zach, thank you for 10 months. This is, that 6 is 175. Wait a minute, I read that. My bad. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation. This is my first 5 in a mock. Booker, Trey Harris, M'Bow, Ewers, Emory Jones. I'd work with that. A couple of the same picks as you. All those guys are good players in there. All those guys you got picked out are slotted in about the right space. As I was saying there here with King Bomber in here on the chat, I have a little bit of worries with Booker as far as the mobility stuff to this scheme. I think he is going to be a 1st round pick. I still think even if he's not purely a fit to the scheme, I do think he's a very safe player with the tape that you watch for him. And that at the end of the day, as much as the testing numbers matter and that they do want to factor in, you don't want them to override the tape when it's all said and done. And Emory Jones is a lot of fun, a little bit later in the draft there, tackle, guard guy. And you get your mix, you double dipped, which is, I think, a necessity here, Peter. Anybody running a Seahawk mock at this point, you got to double dip. You got to double dip the chip. You got to do it. No 2 ways around it. Sorry, we didn't get him in free agency. You're double dipping, and you're double dipping early. Don't give me 2 5th, 6th round guards. Don't you lie. So you did it right, Peter. And I'm not picky on that at that point. You know, if you're out on a guy like my guy like M'Bow, or you're out on a guy like Wyatt Milliam, you're like, no, I like Ratledge better. I like Zabel better. I ain't picky on this. All those guys charted up in that section of the draft, all that collection right up in there. Grab 2, and you'll be fine. Like the doctor says, take 2 and you'll be fine in the morning. Take 2 and our offensive line will be fine, if not in 25 by 26. I believe in it, Peter. Love it, man. Love it. Cam, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Cam. Folks, please do, if you get a chance on the stream today, hit that like button for me or sub on up like Cam has. We are on the road here to 20,000 subscribers. You can help us get there a little closer today by subbing on up. And I thank you, Cam, for doing that. Your boy is just barely getting through here. Cameron Schonauer. So we got Cameron, then we got Cameron Schonauer. Thank you as well, Cameron Schonauer, for subscribing. Sorry if I butchered your last name, but Cameron, I really appreciate you as well on jumping aboard here on the Hawks Nest and subbing on up. Like I said, we're trying to get to 20,000 here. Once we get to 19.5, we're going to do a 24-hour stream for charity. So you're helping us all get there a little bit closer, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you, Cameron. Gabe2166, thanks for the $5 donation. What player on the team do you think has the best chance to break out and have the biggest impact? What a great question. What a fantastic question. Well, it's a really good question because I don't know if there's necessarily a straightforward answer that rises up above anybody else. I think there's a couple of good answers in here as far as possibilities go. Breakout's a very important word on this. Not a good, but a breakout. Probably Kenneth Walker. Some of it's going to depend upon his health, but he's going to finally, for the first time in his career, really be utilized in the right way and with his outside zone stuff and that working into his skill set pretty well. He would be probably the guy that I would go to. Nobody's coming to the forefront for me, Gabe, that's like, this guy's definitely the guy that's going to happen with. There's a lot of good possibilities. A guy like Kobe Bryant, even if he's not a grade A tackler from the safety position, has shown a real penchant for being able to take away the ball. I mean, that guy could come out next year and go get you 7-8 interceptions from the safety position, and it wouldn't be a shock to me. No, he's got that chance to do it. Reek Woolen comes back in a contract year and gets you 5, 6, 7, 8 interceptions and gets back those lockdown skills. And oh, look, he can suddenly tackle in a contract season. Wow. Boye Mafe finally pushed through that 13, 14 sack mark. You know, there's a lot of these things that I think are very feasible possibilities, and they're all kind of equivalent as far as the potentiality of it, where there's a good chance of it. There's no guarantee, but there's not one that I think is more better than the other on that. I think that they're pretty similar in where they stand on that thing. But thank you, Gabe. I appreciate the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Carmen Schofield, thank you for the $5 donation as well. I liked what I saw from Danny Stutzman, linebacker at the Combine. Any thoughts on Stutzman? Yes, I do. I have scouted him. 1 second here. Those. Okay, Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma inside linebacker. Excuse me. Okay, so first thing on this, Carmen, is this, and that is that Stutzman was a guy that when you watched him on tape, you really wanted to make sure that he was going to have a good combine, because there was a slight worry in watching him on tape for me, a little bit of like, is this going to be more of like a 4.7, 4.75 guy? Is that where I'm at with him being, you worry a little bit with him on that? Is that, he's got the size you look for there, 6'4", kind of 240-ish, 230, he probably down, probably 230-ish is where he's signed. But he's got good enough size in this day and age for where he stands. He's a really strong run defending inside linebacker, really smart football intelligence, real blood and guts type on the football field, lay it on the line, throw his body around with reckless abandon. He's going to do whatever it takes, give you every ounce of effort he has. He is going to, I think, rely a little bit on having to be smarter at the next level to be to the spot in front of guys. And that's where when he goes and runs, I think it was the 1.58 40, has a really good 10-yard split, looks really good on the individual drills in addition to that. This is the guy that needs to show you that at the combine, because this is what the combine's there really for, is that there are those players where you're like, well, I've got these concerns I'm seeing on tape. Is that real for where he tests? And if you see it and it's real and it confirms it, you go, okay, that drops him down into that 5th, 6th round range. It is confirming the thing I do see there. Now, when he goes with the 4.58 and he gives you the 10-yard split and he looks good in the drills and the short area burst is pretty good in addition, you go, okay, now I got to reevaluate that outlook of it, of just the pure smarts is what he's going to need to rely upon to get to the spot. He can get to the spot with the physical ability too. And there's not bad tape on him. That was just one of the big real spots I was looking for, because some of my notes had missing some prerequisite quickness and speed for the position. Not that it was a gaping hole or that he looks like he's an iceberg out there, but just that you were feeling a little bit of just a little lack of a little extra, juice. He is post-snap always moving to the right spot. I don't know if I saw really one or two snaps in a couple of games watching his tape that he was ever fooled. That speaks to something, because there's so many inside linebackers in this draft that do get fooled almost every single play. Jeffrey Bassa with the Oregon Ducks gets fooled almost every single play. Part why I don't like him as much in this draft is physical talent's undeniable, big, he can run for days, but my man is going in the wrong direction way too often. Oftentimes with Danny Stutzman, he's literally reading the play before it happens, and this leads to a lot of tackle for losses, and him I think sometimes just having a little bit of in that defense with Oklahoma, some options to be able to just kind of pull the trigger when he saw it and get the knife into the backfield and go make a play. He is better in zone than man coverage, something that goes down to that foot speed that I talked about, but he is really good in zone because the smartness goes over to where he is in zone coverage, where he's going to get to the right spot. He tends to have the first. If he's playing underneath coverage and the quarterback's read is going to go to underneath coverage on the first read, he's going to take that away a lot. So that does show up with him. He is a wrap and roll tackler, solid in that area, but he's not going to be a hitter. He's not going to bring the stopping power of a guy like an Ernest Jones and what he can bring. And I'm not talking about hitter. I'm talking about here comes running back, here comes linebacker. They collide. Running back falls forward. And then there are those linebackers where they collide and the running back goes down where he stands. Maybe he doesn't go backwards, but he doesn't get the forward fall. And with a guy like Stutzman, you're going to get more of the forward fall with him, but he will get you tackled. So I like what he did at the combine. I think more 4th, 5th round range is still where I would put him as far as the inside linebacker goes. I think I got him as a late 4th right now. But it is a really good on his part to see him do that, is that this is a guy that now has a lot more. He goes from, in my mind, Carmen, of an outlook of special teams, try hard, Isaiah Kazavinsky kind of type of guy, to more of now where you go, maybe there is some starter potential here in this guy. And he was a leader on that defense too, by all accounts. So exactly what you want to get from the Mike linebacker position as far as the leadership is concerned, in addition to all those other items. Like him a lot. Danny's a fun player. Yeah, you always love the players, Carmen, that you can feel them giving you everything they got on the football field. Not all players do that. And when you see it, you know it. And it stands out. Dave Barclay, thank you for the $2 donation. He's singing, I really hope we do trade Purdy. D. I hope so too, Dave, because I know that Jesse's going to be mighty depressed if he's got to do this story announcing a $50 million deal to Brock Purdy, because that just feels like the biggest albatross ever hanging over the top of a franchise that already has some albatrosses hanging over it. Already has $77 million of dead money in the books, plus whatever Ayuk's going to cost in addition to that on top of it. And this is just like the finishing move is what this would feel like. Like you're already barely hanging on with all this extra weight and somebody throws a car on top of you. And that's what that Purdy contract feels like. And I can't imagine the Niners are going to do this. I just can't imagine with where they stand and tightening the belt strap and understanding that he does have deficiencies in his game. And he's not a bad quarterback. It ain't about that, but it's just about $50 million. That's a lot of money. That's not just you got to do it. No doubt about it. No brainer. You just sign that contract. This is what you do. When you have the guy, you sign him to the deal. No, you don't. No, you don't. Not when the question marks are over his head. But we'll see if they've got the stones to do it, Dave, because these franchises are all scaredy to do it. They're scaredy. Dolphins are scared to go to Tua and be like, look, you're one side swipe hit away from having your career taken apart. We'd really like not to put you on a $200 million deal, okay? Like, no, we can't ask that. Just got to give him the deal. I wouldn't do it if I was you guys. I don't think it'll be a good one. Thrill House. Thank you for the $2 donation, Thrill House. Can you explain to me Mafe and Nwosu? Can they break out? Well, Mafe just kind of came back and gave you somewhat of a similar season, even like a little bit less so of a pass rusher of a season last year in Mike McDonald's defense, which was kind of interesting. I don't know if he was kind of fighting through some kind of injury through the year, maybe a little bit. I think he did get dinged up right around the time of the New England Patriot game, and maybe he was carrying some of that through the year with him a bit. He was still a very good run defender for you last year. It just didn't really come forward for him on that side of it. And with Nwosu, health is the big key with him. I don't know if I see either player as a breakout candidate player there, Thrill House. I think they're both really, really solid players. And they're good all-around players in that they can kind of almost, from an equivalent standpoint, play the run and the pass in the same territory of things. And that's not always easy to find versus the guys that can be a little bit like Hall's shown himself to be so far, which is more of a pass rusher than a run defender. But I don't know if I see either of them breaking out. Mafe's got the explosiveness and the size, and it could all come together there with him as he, advances his skills along the line, heads into his prime, heads into a contract year. He could certainly possibly explode, but we just haven't seen it really fulfill with him. It's like even when he was running at his best last year in that quasi breakout year from his rookie year, he would kind of have like a sack a game for like 8 straight games, and then he went really quiet then on. Kind of was hoping we get a little bit more out of Mafi. I'm not disappointed in him. He's been fine. He's a good all-around player, but I don't know if I see any of them quite getting to that breakout stage this year. Could happen. Could. Dave Barclay, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Christopher Walken telling Brick he's got to go. Brock, I come in here now because the owner sent me in. Shanahan Lyle sent me in. I'm here for one thing, to tell you. Pack your bags, you little midget. You're out. You're gone. No more. We gave you a chance. We gave you the best roster in football. What'd you do with it? Nothing. That's what you did. You did nothing. So now we're going to do nothing for you. Hit the bricks, pal. And don't let the door hit you on the way out. And if you can, please get us a 3rd round pick back in return from the Jets now. Sorry, Brock. You're not that good. I don't like Tommy or John at all. You bear with me on the walking today, Dave. I'm 4 days deep and 3 hours on the stream, so the walking's struggling. He's struggling today. A little sick. Voice not right. IP says, watch Kupp go to the Raiders. Laugh my ass off. I'd actually laugh. I would laugh about that one too. Possibly could. Raiders need receiver help. Haley says, if we cut Bradford, I'm going to be kind of sad. The series on Twitter of him constantly looking lost each game was very entertaining. Nobody whiffs on their block like Bradford. Nobody whiffs with the style, the swag, the pure drip like a Bradford. He starts off the block looking aggressive. Head on a swivel. Head on a swivel. He's about to do something, you say. I feel a pancake a-coming. Give me my syrup. But then instead, you just watch him look this way. And the defensive tackle goes that way. Why is he looking to the left? I don't know. What's he looking for? I don't know. Why is he letting the guy go past him without touching him? I don't know. But that is the Bradford special, Haley. Set? Kenneth Grant 18 all day long. All day long, baby. Easy peasy. It doesn't have to be hard. Sometimes it can be easy. Alan says if Tate Ratledge OG is there at 18, Seahawks should take him. That would be tough. That's definitely high. But it's a big need. When the needs get big, you start picking them high. Brian Blank says, bam. Thank you, Brando. My pleasure, man. I view Bradford for a 6th. I don't think you're getting anything in return for Bradford, unfortunately. Jesse King says Bradford for a big swap if we're lucky. Yeah, that's about as good as you're going to get on that one. It's bad as a player when you're like, the best we can get is a pick swap for you. Be the most disrespectful thing you can say to a player. You're worth a pick swap. Steve's is basically my only beef with the free agent moves is we've done nothing about the offensive line. I'm struggling a bit to see what the plan is. The overpayment has gotten greater than ever, Steve, and the Aaron Banks contract is one that to me stands out even beyond the Robert Hunt deal last year. Robert Hunt was a good player. It wasn't a great, but he's a good player. On this one this year, where you're looking at that deal handed out, you're like, ooh. I mean, even San Francisco fans are like, yeah, we're good letting Banks go. There wasn't even a matter of like, well, he's going to be pricey. He's a good player, but the price. They didn't even value. They say, we're not a big fan of him. Nah. And that guy got 4 years, 77. So John already had some, he completely is just left in awe already at the prices in prior years. This year did nothing more than I'm sure push him in that direction of it. And so it's one where he was probably open to maybe adjusting some of his process, but the process went even beyond that this year. Where it's like, no, now here's the new prices, John. It's like, wait, no, I just got used to the price from last year. Yeah, well, this is the way this is going now. And so I share your nervousness, Steve. I share your uncertainty. A little bit of discontent with the situation. There's a way to still fix it because you have stockpiled so many draft picks in this draft for the place where there are so many good offensive linemen. There's a way to fix it in that way. But you would really like to at least just get one bit of certainty in there to not have to get all of that dressed up here in this draft. Seth's the same. I don't want to count on any of those guys. Maybe Olu. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. And if Olu, if you can't find the center in the draft and other things get pressed up too much, so be it. The center is the one place I can be okay with it because you have Olu, you have Sundell. You still could potentially move Haynes into center if you end up going and getting another right guard in another place. So that's one I'm a little more flexible on. And I'm hopeful those guys can take a step forward. I don't think there's anything wrong where you have a top-notch, great offensive lineman starting for you like right guard, and you have some backup in the wings who's really good and really steady right behind him if injury strikes. I think that's tremendously valuable in my opinion. And so I'm okay if we end up with somebody who's really good having to sit on the bench because of it. We certainly haven't been in that position here in Seattle for quite a long period of time when it comes to the offensive line. Joseph Jones says top 3 free agents, top 3 draft picks. So I would go for the guys that would be feasibly there for Seattle to pick, possibly, especially with Michael Williams, Kenneth Grant, probably like a Tet McMillan or Amon Mabu as far as the draft guys for me. I'd love to get Tevin Jenkins out there for agent-wise. Cooper Kupp would be my number 2 at this point, I think is the way I'd roll that. And the number 3 for me, that would be hard to say. Like an Asante Samuel Jr., something like that. Could be interesting. IP says, honestly, trade your second pick in a comp for a solid wide receiver 2. Could be the direction they go, IP. We do tend to find that there are those receivers that end up on the market at some point or another. You might have to wait a little bit more into kind of close to training camp, but those guys do tend to come up at all kind of times throughout the year up until the trade deadline. Max says, it seems like we had 2 guys we wanted on the O-line and didn't get either, unfortunately. Very much could have been the case here, Max. Does seem like that very well could be the case. Haley says, be on tape to me. Haynes looked great if he wasn't handling a stunt with Stoney, or I love the guy, but Jarrell next to him. Olu Sundell got pushed into Geno too often for my comfort. Yeah, those guys didn't do particularly well on their side either, and there's no doubting what was working around him was not particularly well suited to help him out in addition to that. And the right guard is very much a position that is driven a lot by that continuity chemistry thing, especially affects guard center, because the right guard center, because those guys so often are working together in their blocks and didn't have that necessarily with it. It's just kind of the overall tape for me on it wasn't there last year for me in overall terms. I still will go back and say, look, he's still a 3rd round rated guard. He's not a guy that I would just throw away at this point or anything like that. But I do think that there's a real thing we come down to on this line with it, Haley, which is that the real specific part for me is, and the real key on this, and I'm kind of a harper on this one, and I'm a harper not because of Haynes, I'm a harper because of the fact that the team has made this mistake in many different years. They've taken a guy like Haynes, and they said, well, we once made him a 3rd round pick, so we're going to trust in that offseason after his first year of development, and then he's going to come back next year and he's going to be awesome, so we don't have to deal with that right guard. Or we can go get a 5th round right guard to back him up, and that'll be fine. It's a little bit of like what they did with Bradford recently at the position. Bradford's never shown you that he's been good, but the team's been kind of quasi counting on him to roll. And so Haynes can take that step forward. And the ability is still there, and the fit to the zone blocking scheme is absolutely still there. And as a pass protector, he's a very good pass protector. I think that that's going to be something that will be at least a skill he does bring, regardless of what he does in the run game. But that's where, to me, I wanted this team to be dealing in much more certainty, or if there is uncertainty, to be doubling down on quality for that uncertainty, specifically drafting a high right guard to get in there and then compete with Haynes in that way, and not just trust in that. Emerald Hayes just finished watching number 20 USC and number 4 UW in front of a sellout crowd, 77,000, and marveled at how calm, cool, and collected Sam Darnold was. Ooh. Well, college tape from back in the day, Emerald, huh? I have to maybe go check that out a little bit. There's some Darnold college tape. It's been a while. Doodle Bob, I want either McMillan if he falls to us, or Matt Golden at 18, and then Gray Zabel with our next pick. I love him. Doodle Bob, sign me up, man. Sign me up for that. King Bomber, how do you feel about Harold Fannin, Brando? One of my favorite players in this draft, King Bomber. I have a high 3rd round grade on him, but if you're looking at kind of Brandon's guys, I'll have a list of guys that'll be about 20 deep of just all over this draft, guys in general places. Jackson Hawes would be another tight end that's one of my guys. And Fannin is that, but just kind of for separate reasons. I think that Fannin is the best tight end in this draft at fitting to the fullback role everybody's got hot to trot for, and rightfully so. We're going to need a fullback here in this offense. So you need one. And this guy, to me, is a guy that is going to be well suited to that. Also a tight end, so he gives you a bit of both in what he brings into play. He's so dynamic with the ball in his hands after the catch. He's both elusive and can run around you and juke you out of your shoes, and then he can also run you over. He got over 100 catches receivings, really nice soft hands in addition to that for what he brings. He's a really good blocker, and he's very young, King Bomber. Like all of the good things I want to look for in a prospect for a given position, he kind of just bring in there. And I would be all over him there in the 3rd round if you get him. High 3rd rounder, I think. But I would love to pick him there because I think he's got tight end talent, but I think he's got fullback ability too. Joseph Jones, I feel you, Brandon. I respect Nelson's opinion. It definitely caught me off guard because for the most part, he's cautiously optimistic. That's where I was trying to push to yesterday on this, and I can get the people that get a little caught off guard by it at times, and it happens to people in my chat that'll get caught off guard by me at times where I think we all are very well aware when we do this that we're best suited to make sure we're trying to be a little bit under control in our outlook and our takes and trying to keep an even keel, trying not to be too reactive. But you are human beings at the end of the day, and I think with Brendan, I and him have the same thing, is that we love this team. And that love of the team is gonna move you emotionally at times, and maybe not always emotionally in the proper ways, and sometimes proper ways. But it'll just be, it's kind of the nature of the beast a little bit in being a fan. As they say, you don't get a fanatic without fan in fanatic. That's the whole context of it. And fanatic is going to be emotional. Fanatic is going to get in that spot of things. And so I've gotten there myself from time to time. You fight the urge. I know Brendan would too on his side of it, but at the same point in time, as I say, you are human, and it is a bit of human nature in doing this at times, of that there's stuff that comes down the line that just strikes you in a way, and you react to it. And not only do you react to it in an emotional way, if I might say on this as well, but I think that there is a little bit of giving people the credit. I always got like Brendan on this, with the reaction being of, hey, my reaction to this 2 years down the line might be proven very right to what right now is being received of why you reacting that way. When I freaked out about LJ Collier on my live stream, people push back on me about that. Why are you going off on this so much? Some people saw it, but some people are like, dude, what do you know? Who do you know? What, you know better than the team about LJ Collier? You're a better scout than them. I mean, they'll hammer you. But I'm like, man, but I just feel this. And I think I'm right on this. And it's then proven true down the line. And, you come back to going, hey, honesty is also part of what's driving me on this. It ain't to be positive, but to be honest. And hopefully most of what I do is positive in the way that I operate with that. But also, in the name of honesty, it doesn't care whether it's positive or negative. Honesty and truth is what it is. And it's both of those two things at any given times. And so I think that's what, if I may, in working with Brendan for years, if I may speak for him on that, I think he's trying to drive to that in his coverage of the Seahawks, that's at the heart of it, as it is at the heart of it for me. But it will have you at those times where you're kind of, we all get a little touchy from time to time. Wait, what? Haven't checked in since we signed Lawrence? Haven't got anyone new? No one new as of yet. Not as of yet. Mike Skidder, my first 3 picks in my mock, not knowing anything about this draft class. First, trade back into the 2025 range. Love it. Love it. Tyler Booker. Love it. Then at 50 and 52, I'm drafting Trey Harris and Jackson Dart. Is that good? Yeah, that works, man. Value's about right there. It's a little bit early for Dart for me. I'm a 3rd round guy with Dart. That's a little bit early for Trey Harris with me. I'm a 3rd round guy with Trey Harris. But these are also later 2nd round picks, Mike, right? Where you're picking them. And then you do get the benefit there with Trey Harris and Jackson of the college chemistry that they have working between them, you would think. You saw Oregon do something similar last year with forget who the name of the kid was he took, but they took Bo Nix's college teammate out there at Oregon, I think in like the 4th round or something. It's Hoof. This is the Hawks Nest. You don't want Clay Webb. Look up Clay Webb bullying. Okay. I'll take a look and see what he's got to offer. I haven't scouted him yet. That was just more of a name I've heard, so I haven't seen what he's got to bring to play on that side of things yet. Phillips is Kyle Juszczyk. Hope we signed him too. I'm not a big Kyle Juszczyk guy. I think he's kind of getting near the end of the road there. Zach, they'll take another. Just think. It'll be after the first 5, honestly. Preferably trade back and get another 2nd or 3rd and go Zabel round 1. That'd be good. Zach, you could do that 25, 26, get the extra 3rd. Let's say you've got now like 4 3rds. You can package a couple of those up, maybe get back up into 2 again. I'd love to be able to kind of, you sort of route one to the other where you go 18, 25, and somehow or another by going from 18 to 25 with the package of picks we have, we get back up into the 2nd round, an extra time. That to me is way more advantageous than just picking natively at the spot. Evan says, hey, Brandon. What's up, Evan? Just tuning in. What's your thoughts on today's move? Do you think Lawrence will replace Nwosu, or does Nwosu get restructured? Also, where are the linemen? Still have Becton and Jenkins. They're still out there. They are still out there, and word is that we're at the very least in on Jenkins, on trying to get him brought in, but there is competition there. Lawrence, I think, does not affect Nwosu's standing here. Some of this depends on Evan. If Nwosu and the team were able to get to a restructured deal, they were negotiating a couple of weeks ago. Seattle extended the deadline that they had with him to try to get his cap number lower this year. So I'm unsure of whether or not they got that done or not. We've not heard any confirmation of that or not. But I think ideally it would not affect his presence here, because in Lawrence, you're bringing him in to be the power edge, the strong side edge, the rundown defender edge, early downs mainly. He'll rush the passer also on the other side of it. I think it's good signing. You have this need. You've had a hard time finding the power edge in the last year. You've tried a couple guys out, Mike Morris, Travis Gibson, Roy Robertson Harris. These were all guys that you floated out there to serve in that role. Draymond Jones, and none of the four of them worked for what Mike McDonald wants to get from that role. So he fits to the defense. Dirty's got familiarity with him. He's going to serve to a role, so you're not going to play him 24/7 on an older 33-year-old body. Some of the key on this one, Evan, just comes down to where is really his health. Is he over the Liz Frank injury of the foot? If so, really good signing. If the injury comes back up with a foot thing and you're kind of taking that risk, it's probably a little bit of a negative at that point, if that was the case. But I guess that the team has done their background on this, background work. Moss Productions, you are right. Ewers is very bad. I do not like Quinn Ewers. I did not take Quinn Ewers because I wanted him. I'm taking Quinn Ewers because I'm trying to make my peace with the fact that John loves him like the lost son that he never had. And so I feel like if I just keep taking him in my mock drafts in the 5th round, I'll eventually wrap my head around Quinn Ewers. I'll eventually find love for Quinn Ewers and we'll celebrate the pick when it occurs. I don't know if it's going to play out that way, Moss. I'm trying. King says, I think it's media hype, Brandon. Don't think he's going to be a first-round pick. Big mistake for any to take Booker in the first, especially above 25. Well, I will admit I can't give you the reference on exactly the podcasts I was listening to. As I'm listening to a bunch in the background when I'm working, and variety of I'm all over the place. Like I don't just have tried and true. I'm always kind of searching on different ones. But I remember a couple of different people I've heard from different sources on this, King, of guys talking about that are connected to the NFL circles, talking about this guy. And the thing that they really spoke about with this, King, was not merely just saying Tyler Booker's a first-round pick. It was that they were prefacing with that when they were saying this, that I know everybody thinks that this guy's going to go way far down in the draft. But what I'm hearing from my NFL people is that that's not going to be the case. It could be smoke, but it wasn't pure media members of like just some Mel Kiper type saying it. It was coming from guys that were connected. Zach says Booker's fine. He's just not our offensive scheme. That's how I see it, Zach, too. Just doesn't. He's a good player, but not for this scheme. Haley, if our defense can put up one score a game and shut out opposing teams, we don't need an offense. There we go. Alan, Dylan Fairchild is really, really underrated. Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't know, like even in the PFF one that I was just doing recently, he was kind of down lower than I would have thought, he would have been. I was a bit blown away by where they had him at in the mock to be down at 7th round pick. I think at the very least he's probably a 4th round guy, but I have him even higher than that. He's really athletic too. Really athletic, probably a real good fit for this system. Emerald Hayes, yours is just another Ellinger. Womp womp. Lance Walker does nothing with his size. He really doesn't. He plays small. I can't even say like he looks like Tarzan either because he's got that fat, pudgy body with the cottage cheese belly. I have seen a few defensive linemen. I've seen some bad belly defensive linemen in my life, but he's got the full-on cottage cheese belly like he's got a fanny pack that's overfilled in front of his gut. And you just go, dude, do you run it all, bro? You lift it all, bro? Am I hopping on Twitch? I'm going to be on Twitch tonight. We'll probably be wrapping up here somewhat soon. We got 3 hours in tonight. So probably put a button on this somewhat soon. Dave Barclay, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, very accurate, Brandon. Thank you, sir. They sent me in to clear house. I'm the cleaner, Dave. I'm the Niner cleaner. It's my role. I soften the blow while bringing it hard at the same time. Chris Kim, thank you for the $5 donation, Chris. I think they do a Hey Darnold chant at the stadium. And it should be in the style of the Hey Arnold cartoon from the late 90s and 2000s. Maybe so. I can hear the stadium doing that. That is a lot of syllables, though, They usually like to do the, moose. They need if you're going to get the chant, Chris, when you start getting to the multiple syllables and those folks have been having a few beers, a couple pops, it all starts to run together, It's easier just to go like Bruce, Bruce. Just keep it short and sweet. You give them 3 or 4 syllables and I love it, Chris. Let's go. Hey, Darnold chance in the stadium this year, folks. Let's get it going. Joseph Jones, thank you for the $5 donation, Joseph. I appreciate the time you spend on each question, as well as giving us Hawk fans a space to cordially interact and produce meaningful discourse. Well, that is beautifully put on your part, Joseph, and that is definitely inherently at the heart of what I want to seek to do here. It is my chat. It's the discussion within this chat, I think, that really as much as any factor in this channel drives this channel, because I think that there's not as many places for that kind of discussion to exist in this internet sphere where everything is always seemingly just an inch away from turning to toxicity or turning to insults or turning into just people getting pissed and mad at each other. And I love that this place is that way, and I really, really do value it. I thank you for that. And it's one of the reasons I love to read all of these questions is because these people bring this kind of thought and that they're in here wanting to just have great discussion. And we all love football. We love this team. You know, we're obsessive about it in many ways, but we're all on the same time in that many ways from that. And I love that. I really do love that. Where else could you get the variety of this many different people that have that same kind of mindset? I think it's a cool thing. And I'm glad you kind of see that same thing in the same way of a Joseph. So thank you, man. It's my pleasure. I love my interactions here, and I'm very, very blessed to do what I do. Appreciate that support. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay Gundy. Big Cat, Murphy, Reed, and D-Law is nasty. Now we need to snag a true nose tackle. Indeed, that's the next step up. This defense in general, you need certainly some future parts and pieces in play going forward. Cornerback for sure, safety for sure. Don't need starters necessarily. You're going to need to address it, but it's not going to be that high priority, but that nose tackle position becomes the high priority. And not only high priority, but you have to kind of probably double dip here one way or the other. I don't know if you can just rely on Cam Young coming back this year and giving you something. Another guy who's given you largely nothing from the position in his 2 years here, on top of being heavily injured. So got to get that position addressed, got to get it addressed in a major way. The good news is that if you do address it in a major way, as you say, that's a nasty defensive line, and you're potentially putting together one of the best defensive lines in all of football. And the team that just won the Super Bowl in the Eagles was, of course, one of the teams that had one of those best defensive lines in all of the sport as part of the way that they used to get to the promised land. So not the worst of ways to go here, especially with a defensive-minded head coach, Jay Gundy, but you got to go find those nose tackles now. And you got to probably try to find 2. And I don't know if there's one on the open market necessarily that's going to fit. Probably they'd find some kind of also ran, but it's lean. It's lean out there in free agency. Luckily, there are some guys actually in the draft that are pretty interesting cats in a variety of places you can find in the draft. Kenneth Grant, Jamari Caldwell, Jordan Phillips, Nazir Stackhouse, Yaha Block. You want to go real late. Got a few different guys you can grab in there. Zax is just trying to prepare everyone. The double dip may not happen till after 92. Laughing out loud. It's not a double dip if it's happening after 92. Then it's you doing more of what you've done in prior years. The double dip requirement is inside the 3 rounds. That's at the heart of the double dip. It's just business as usual if you're doing that in the 4th through 7th round, Zach. The way that goes. Hoop Grays, Reek advanced stats look great, but his on-field play is so inconsistent. Could you help me on what may be the reason? I think McDonald pointed to last year at times there being some concentration issues in there, staying locked in every single play. If you're a corner who's a really good corner at restricting how many yards you give up, how many completions you give up, you tend to be then targeted less by quarterbacks. You're then going to go through these long stretches of the game where nothing's really going on. And it's probably hard at times to always stay as locked in on that, especially if you're a younger player trying to figure out how to stay locked in every single play. But that was something that McDonald referenced as a reason, especially on the coverage stuff, Hoop Craze, because I think it's kind of a two-bit point here where it's his lapses, I think, mentally in coverage. The end of the Rams game where you're in cover 0, he's in press man coverage. He's got to stay over top there. He's faster than the guy that he's covering on that play, but for some reason he peeks in the backfield, stops his feet, and he gets beat over the top. Just those kind of things like that, where you just can't have that happen. Certainly not for game. But then the tackling as well. It came a little bit forward last year, but it still has a ways to go. And that's the part that remains to be seen with Reek's game, if that part is ever really going to come forward or not. Phillips has put a little Scatabo in that sandwich. Be worth it. Scatabo's got a lot of love in this fan base. A lot of love in this fan base. Rightfully so. He's a fun player. CDI says, I feel like this may be an unpopular opinion, but I don't want to trade Woolen. I understand he can be frustrating at times, but he's uber talented in coverage. Better coverage stats than Sauce so far. I'm okay keeping him another year, Chris. He's still not tremendously expensive. I don't want to give him a contract extension for what we've got for the current level of play. But if they want to play out this final year of the season and see if the light can come on with him in the tackling numbers, and maybe goes out there and has a great contract season in his free agent year, I don't mind going that route with it. If you move him, you have another hole there to fill, and you already have to find at least one outside corner, if not two, as it stands. Yeah, Haley Olu's strength is a bit of a question in there. Not the biggest sized guy in there either, I would say. Steven Tamores. I heard the Jacksonville, Houston, and Seahawks are interested in Cooper Kupp, but Cooper Kupp is making his decision tomorrow morning, but I think Cooper Kupp chooses to stay in the West Coast. I would think so as well. If I'm picking between those three teams, I'd certainly be picking the Seahawks, especially with Houston, what they've done with their offensive line recently. Yow. But yeah, I think that Seattle would win out if it's down to those 3-1s. I felt less good about it if it was coming down to some true contenders like a Kansas City or a Green Bay in the mix on that. But that makes a lot of sense. I'm coming to us on that. Zach says trading Reek for a third when he'd probably get him paid for a fourth round comp pick seems like a mess of L and creating more holes with the team. No, laughing out loud. Yeah, you're definitely creating more holes. It is a deep cornerback class. You might find a corner that's more fitted to something that Mike McDonald might want, who has a little bit less of the coverage skills, but for instance, more of an ability to play the run, be a good tackler. I don't think that the comp pick is really in play on that one with Reek. The main reason being on that, Zach, is that when he becomes a free agent next year, the Seahawks have a gazillion dollars to spend, and you're going to offset in signings whatever he goes and gets signed for on the open market. Unless they can fill up their cap much deeper than it currently stands. But I'm not banging the drum for trading him. I'm not at all. Not at all. He says, I get the tackling, but Reek made positive steps from last year. Every stat on PFF or Football Reference shows improvement. Outside of the one play where Love blew up on him, he was better. He was slightly better, but I don't want to think, I would say that based on what I saw from the tape with it, it wasn't a huge step forward from him or something. It was slightly better, but he had a long way to go as far as how bad it was too. But that's a fair point to it for sure. Oxide View, does Reek really have the passion for the game? I don't know. Really like Mamba? I'm not as sure as he's wired quite that way, I would say. Joseph Jones says, I don't believe the Seahawks go from a Super Bowl contender to a 6-win team without DK and Geno, especially if we were paying their hefty salaries. I don't believe the Seahawks go from a Super Bowl contender to a 6-win team without DK. You kind of worded that just a little strangely there, Joseph. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you were saying on that one quite. You can kind of reword that a little bit. Steven says, do you see Cooper Kupp staying in the West Coast? I don't know if we're the front runner for him, Steven. I feel like there's going to be some teams in on this one, but I don't know what his market is quite either. So I'm a bit in the dark on this one with Kupp. I've been a little surprised by how much interest he had after being released, and I think some of that has to do with how weak the wide receiver market is as it currently stands right now. But I'm kind of unsure. Steve says, I've never understood why a team will vastly overpay for a decent but injury-prone quarterback. The only quarterbacks that should be making franchise quarterback money are actual franchise-level quarterbacks. I think a lot of these front offices operate off of fear rather than confident aggression. from a mentality standpoint. Look at Steve last year when you watched how the Giants talked about Saquon Barkley. And if you think about how they were talking about it and they were turning it over, did you get the sense from them that they were operating from within, if you had to pick one or the other, that they were operating within fear or that they were operating within confident aggression? And to me, when I watched that Giants team talk, I thought that's a fearful organization. And I don't think fearful organizations get very far in this sport. But I do think that they're out there a lot, Steve. And that Tua deal especially strikes me as one that you were scared of the fact that you had nothing for the position, and that drove you to sign him. So then what you're driven to then sign that quarterback for at that high amount is not by how good they are, how necessarily productive you expect them to be, that they don't carry any real huge risk in making this signing, but instead the fear of losing out, FOMO, basically is what then forces these teams to give contract extensions out. I mean, this Brock Purdy one, with talking to Dave on this, it's ridiculous to give a guy like that $50 million. He's had Tommy John surgery. He had his arm again last year at the end of the year, again sore. Probably there's some long-term something in there rattling around in that elbow. And oh, by the way, every time that guy drops back and his head's turned down the field and he's got the blind side, he's got the rusher coming from his front side and they hit him here just perfectly, the same hit that caused him to get injured in the first place, he's gotten that hit like 20 different times. He's at that size where when he drops back to throw, he just gets racked. And so it's like one hit away in the future on that one. When you're already sitting as tough as you are cap-wise from like a Niner perspective, or where the Dolphins were in their pickle from a cap perspective. Stephen Goldston, what do you actually think are the legitimate chances of us getting Kupp? I think we've got as good a chance as anybody else, Steve, because of the fact you have the money to spend, number one. You've got the West Coast, and he's from Washington, and there's the connection there, number two. He's a fit to this offense. He's run these routes. He's done the things this offense are going to ask him to do, number three. And then number four, you actually can provide him a legitimate pathway to starting. So you give him all of those four things, I think you've got as good a chance as anybody else, but there's probably a couple other teams that also offer fairly similar things to Kupp on that side of it. Especially if it's a team that might be offering what might be considered for Kupp a better quarterback situation. Maybe a little bit more money from this team to the other. Don't know the factors he's weighing at hand on that, Steve, but we're definitely in the mix. Carmen says, B, love that analysis on Stutzman. Thank you. Fun player, Carmen. Can understand you watch those players play their butts off, play hard, blood and guts. How can you not kind of root for those kind of guys? And I felt so good for him watching him run that 40 and lock in that 4.58. You go, yeah, kind of guy that should deserve to be, drafted and be a legitimate guy in consideration to be a guy who can start in this league. How impactful it'll be and how good it'll be, we'll see on that part. But not a guy you're likely to have to take really high to see on that impact you're going to get. $, Sully, I like the signings today. Would still love to see some interior offensive line help, though. Me too, Sully. And I think the fan base very much finds themselves in a similar state of mind. Shout out to you too, brother. Young, what's up, man? J.O., how much does Christopher Walken need some NyQuil? I don't do NyQuil. I'm old school, J.O. Bourbon. That's what I drink. Shot here, shot there. And suddenly I'm not sick anymore. Suddenly I feel I can conquer the world. Bailey, B, I hope we don't draft a running back. We still have Holani on the practice squad, and he's crazy talented. It's not a drive for me either, Haley, and it sucks for me that it's not a drive for me because there's so many good running backs in this class, but we have so many other needs to fill. There's so many other good players there where we're picking throughout this draft, 5th, 6th, 7th round. I just can't have it overrule me either. I like where we're at. I do think we probably end up drafting a running back somewhere, but I would be blown away if it was inside the top 5 rounds. Steven Tamoras, hope you're doing well, man. It's good to see you in the house. Daniel, wasn't Hal worth a pick swap? He was a pick swap guy, yes. But he got good pick swap value. It wasn't just it wasn't the same round, okay? It wasn't the same round. He had a whole extra round difference. Joseph Jones, do you think there is a large gap when it comes to competing for the NFC West? I mean, as it sits today, but Joseph, there's also the part where we're just getting into this off season. You know, we're at the start officially today of free agency. None of these rosters are completely fixed points yet. And you have more draft picks in this draft than anybody else. And you can go out there and you can hit a home run in the draft and turn around your troubles or inject your team from good to great on the back of said great draft. So I think as it stands right now, yeah, there's a little bit of there's a gulf a little bit between us and the Rams. But if our young talent, which we've got a lot of young talent across the board, steps up in a big way and continues to develop, that gulf could be, you can shorten that real quick. So there's not as much to me work on this one, Joseph, to be done as far as having to add the pure raw talent to the team. That needs to be done. That's a part of this, but it's also the part of it's the development. And that's always the hard side to know when that quite clicks in. It's like Jackson Smith-Njigba's first year. All right, first year. A little here, a little there. But then right about 4 or 5 games in, bam, something clicks into place and you get this player that's just, whoa. And that can happen here or there. This player, that player, a Boye Mafe here, a Tyrese Knight there, a Tariq Woolen there. Happens at the same time, along with those draft pick additions. Again, that gulf gets shortened really fast. But there is a little bit there right now. And yeah, I think right now on paper, the Rams are the number one team on paper. Have a good night, Brian. Appreciate you. King Bomber, I think you should do a stream of film study on Sam Darnold against the Lions and Rams at some point this season. It's good. It's a great suggestion, King Bomber, especially as we're getting into kind of the May, June time when things really do slow down and there's a little bit less of content to kind of sift through. I'll see if I can kind of put something like that together. That's a great suggestion. Is D-Law going to have a chip on his shoulder because people think he's old and Dallas didn't want him, or no? I don't think so. I think he understood where Dallas was at cap-wise, and they got to pay Micah Parsons. And so they got to kind of move that money over to Micah. Jason Darnold will get killed behind this line if it stays where it's currently at. That's very true. Hawks Eye looks like the Russ has mightily fallen. From Hawks to Brownies. Ouch. Wish he could have changed and stayed. My prediction was that it was not going to work out best for Russ leaving Seattle, and it has not worked out best for Russ. And it's been quite a fall, and especially has to hurt a little bit when you have a Steelers team that is loading up like they are, and they're going to go pivot to Rodgers. You're going, really? Really? You think he's better than me? It's tough on that one. Would have been best for Russ to stay. And it would have been best for us to stay and take a little bit less money and not to be, but the priorities were in kind of other places at that point. And they like to tell you, it's one of those old great sayings that's timeless. Be careful for what you wish for. You just might get it. Seth says, well, hopefully we get this O-line fixed. Getting Laken Tomlinson out of here was already in the right direction. Thank God we didn't re-sign him, to your point. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Josh Haynes was 3rd, Bradford 4th, LeMay 6th. They'll draft a right guard at 5 to hit the inside straight. The crap straight, Jaws. You're beating nobody with that hand. Santiago, maybe it's just me, but I like AJ Barner and what he did last year. Wasn't a lot of crazy, but I think we won't be worse off if we were to release Fan. I'd be okay with releasing Fan. I would. And I liked Barner's season quite a bit, Santiago. I don't know if he's purely the long-term answer there at tight end, but he's good all around. And he's going to find his share of snaps on that football field with especially as much of 21-12 personnel you're going to be running. I would still like to go get some more tight ends. I'd like to move off Fan and draft too, because I'm not overstating this, and anybody that's followed this channel for the last 5+ years and doing this channel will tell you, I'm not a person that's liked these tight end classes. This tight end class is the best in at least 15 to 20 years. And to get 2 out of this class would be huge. And especially because you're going to get probably them in a relatively cheap place to do it. All the more reason to move off a Fan who's pretty expensive. But the team does seem to be pretty motivated to keep him. I would say, though, I think that they're going to get at least one in the draft somewhere. He says Russell Wilson's biggest problem was he was not as good as he thought he was. Bingo. Another old saying there, know thine limitations. Devin Jenkins hasn't signed yet. See the question there on that. Not as of yet. Not as of yet. Friendly neighborhood Gentile. D-Law has never been in the top tier of edge guys, but in the second tier, always consistently being a monster in the run game and applying consistent pressure. I'm happy with him. Very accurately put, Friendly, and that is the way I outlook and see him as well as a player that you're getting here. You know what you're getting for him as a run defender. Still gives you a little bit of juice as a pass rusher. I like it for that reason. All-around good player. How am I feeling about our... Anyone's an improvement over Lake and Tomlinson. It is true. It is very, very true. Spencer says, Brando, what I take issue with is Brendan's hardline stance that Darnold simply isn't that good of a quarterback. There's a strong argument he's quite close to as good as Geno with the ceiling to become better. Yeah, I can see, and again, I'm on the stance of I think that last year was not necessarily a mirage, simply window dressing that was put together by Kevin O'Connell and Addison and Jefferson and having a good defense. I think those things were a part of what helped Darnold out, and that if you're not providing him the same kind of supporting structure, I don't know that there is much hope there to believe that you can get the same kind of performance out of him. But there is also this with it too, Spencer, which is that, you know, his prior points of his career have kind of been, if we look at the entirety of his career, it has been more of this than it has been last season. And again, I say that as being somebody that does have, I think, your outlook of it, where I think there has been development here. I think there is a lot of reason with the quarterbacks on this to believe that they can continue to keep progressing through even after they get through the first couple of years of their career. But I think that he's more leaning into that. With the track record is mainly this, and we have 1 year of this in a really ideal structure. And it's an ideal structure we may not be able to replicate, or maybe not likely to replicate on that. But I say that as just more trying to explain his perspective. I do align into where you're at on the perspective side of it, where I do think that he's pretty much in the same place of a Geno Smith. The real place that's a difference is their ability to deal with pressure. He's going to hold the ball a little bit longer. You know, those are the parts where I get a little worried about this bad offensive line, but I think there are much more similarities between them than there's dissimilarities. He's cheaper. He's younger. You're getting him on a lesser year contracted deal. I think some of this comes down to, Spencer, in that Brendan was much more in favor of wanting to see the extension handed to Geno than I was. It made me nervous. It made my butt sweat. I didn't like the thought of giving a 35-year-old quarterback $45 million. That is, to me, I was like, I couldn't do it on that. And going this cheaper route, finding this blue collar contract for a player younger, for a player of equivalent value, I mean, that's where I come to say it is a good deal. But I can understand the other side of it too. I do. And not just, well, you know, I get the perspective. No, I truly do get it. I was a big anti-Sam Darnold guy coming through this season. There's moments even this year in watching him play in that Rams game, both of the two Rams games, where he will drive me crazy at times. Where I'm just like, what are you thinking? Yeah. King says, wow, if that's the way NFL circles view Booker, his off-the-field leadership must be off the charts. I feel the tape is fine, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. You nailed the head. You nailed the nail on the head on this one, King, because what they were referencing with it was not only what he was showing you on tape and what he was as a player, but he was one of the leaders in that locker room when Alabama was starting to get a little bit in disarray early on in the year under DeBoers, who brought the locker room together, who was the leader out there to say, we're going to lock this in. I'll lead the way on this. And that NFL talent evaluators are going to hold that in high regard. It is a guess. He says, I don't care if Booker's not a great fit. I want him. D.D. Woods says, as an Alabama fan, I can attest to his leadership. Him and Milroe kept the team together after Saban left. I don't think he is a scheme fit here, but he is a leader. And leadership is important in NFL circles, especially on offensive lines. That's for sure. Thank you for that insight. That's perfect timing, C.D. Woods. That's right. Make me look good with that insider info off the back of what I was saying. I like that. Ricky, middle of the order every year just to retool instead of really going for it. I don't see the Hawks going far unless they hit home runs in the draft. Fair outlook for sure. Spencer Brando, what would you be willing to give up to move up and secure McMillan in round 1? I highly doubt he gets past 11 to San Francisco at the absolute lowest, and even that slide is unlikely. I agree with you all the way down the line in that I don't think he lasts. I do think at the end of the day, he's going to be the first receiver taken off the board, and I think too many teams are going to see Mike Evans and see him the same way I do. It's just that there's not a lot of Mike Evans type of receivers that come out. That's why this is so stark for me with him, is it does really stand out. And I think it just takes one team in that spot to jump. Yeah, I think 11, 12 is where I'd be looking to leap because really want to stay here, Spencer, is I want the 3rd round pick. When we've seen very few moves in recent years in the 1st round and moving up, and when we take the quarterback move up out. So remove those trades where a team's moving up to 2, 1, 3 for a QB. When a team's moving more into that, 18 to 13 range, 3rd round pick tends to be what the qualification is. If we have to do a 3rd and a 4th to do it, I'm okay with doing that too as well. But I'm not doing 2/3. I'm not doing a 2nd and a 3rd. I'm not doing a 3rd and a future 2. I'm not doing a 3rd and a future 3rd. It's got to be, you get the one on it, you're still getting our 1st round pick, and then I'll get you a day 3 in there. And that's as much as I would go with it. But I do trust in him being the first receiver in this class. He's like Kenneth Grant to me, Spencer, where I didn't quite give him that blue chip grade because I give so few of those out, but he was right on the line like Kenneth Grant. I mean, right there where I wanted to almost do it, just couldn't quite get there to doing it. J.R. Langston, how do you feel about Savion Williams from TCU? I really like his film, and I think he could be a fit. I agree with you all the way down the line on that, JR. He is a really fun player, the most unique receiver in this draft. I think he's like Cordell Patterson at 6'5" and how he moves the ball in his hands, but then he actually gives you contested catch skills as a catcher of the ball. 90% contested catch rate coming out of college. That's ridiculous numbers. A purified yak guy. You've got to work on him with the route running. That's the part with this scheme that I'm a little bit worried about with him because there is some sloppiness in the route running. It's not always exact, and this is a scheme where it's got to be exact. But he is a weapon. He is a threat to score from anywhere on the football field. And there's no receiver in this draft funner to watch with the football in their hands than Savion Williams. Mike Skinner, Booker's mentality, and to make you happy on that. He was in one of my GR. We did a mock earlier today. He was one of the guys I did mock. Teddy, we've not done anything quite yet, buddy. We're on the lookout, though. We're hearing that Cooper's going to decide by tomorrow morning. Mike Skinner says Booker's mentality is I make people not love football anymore. Such a badass mentality. That is a badass mentality. Spencer, my personal evaluation of McMillan is that he's not far removed from what Harrison Jr. was coming out of college. I'd take him in the top 5 picks without a second thought. I could understand that. I could. And like I said, there was a draw on me. He's a first-round graded guy, my number 1 wide receiver anyway. But there was definitely, Spencer, that draw on me to blue chip him. I was right there. He goes out there and runs a 4.5. I might blue chip him. That's the thing I'm really wanting to see with him, right? Demetrius, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting 2 hours for? Shadowbot just said somewhat soon means 2 hours. They're joking, Tetris, because it's a joke about how long I go. Because what I'll do is I'll tell the chat like I did about it 45 minutes ago that I'm about to wrap it up, and then I go for 2 hours. CD Woods, Tim Smith might be a UDFA. You could nose tackle. He might work. Yeah. There's a good chance he could be a UDFA. I do have him in 6th, 7th round area of things. I scouted him. I got a 5th grade on him. I think he might go in the 5th. But if he falls out, that's perfectly with it. Key Bomber, apparently Bob Condotta said Jenkins, Becton were not guys he thought Seattle was in on. But a Bengals reporter stated that Seattle was in the mix for Jenkins. Okay. Hard to pin this kind of info down a little bit, I've noticed, for sure. Jared Livingston, Dalvin Tomlinson signing with AZ, hurt for real. He's all right, he's getting a little older. Kevin O'Connell, we got ourselves a speedy wide receiver in Marcus Valdez Scantling, outside kind of deep threat X receiver guy. And then you got Demarcus Lawrence, longtime Dallas Cowboy edge. 3-year, $48 million deal. Probably more like a 2-year, 20. Joseph says, isn't it crazy? 1 week ago today, we were anticipating free agency, not expecting the departure of Geno and DK. Indeed. Very surprising. Kickoff says, Paulson Adebo went for $18 million. Spoon contract and Reek extension will break the bank. Yeah, I don't know if you can afford to pay both of them at the same time either, Kickoff. I think you can afford to pay Spoon, but I don't think you can afford to pay both those guys at kind of the same way you can't pay two receivers $30 million at the same time. Spencer says, Brando, not talked about much because of how poverty the Saints became, but MVS stepped up late this season with terrible quarterback play, and the wide receiver core injured to hell and produced really well. Upside signing. Yeah, and he's a fit to a role too, because even if he is only just your deep play threat, that's still a big part of this offense. Clint Kubiak runs more deep passing concepts than you typically will get in a modern day West Coast offense. It depends on the scheme, but that's just by and large. And so he needs the guys that can take the top off the defense. He needs the 4-3-7, 1-4-9, 10-yard split guy, which is what MVS is. And yeah, it was a bad situation there, Spencer. I mean, even beyond where the quarterback room was at with Jake Haener and Spencer Rattler getting snaps, they also had an offensive line that got decimated. They lost Chris Olave. You know, he became, there's sometimes kind of the number one threat at times out there on the field. And what's interesting is that when he was with the Packers, very capable player, used in that role, used effectively, used well. Bounced around the league in a couple of other spots, a couple of other different systems like the Buffalo system that he didn't take to. The second he goes back into the West Coast offensive system, bam, takes right back to it once again. If you extrapolate out the numbers, he'd have like about an 850-yard receiving season if you just take away some of what was going on with Buffalo through the first half of the year there. And so at this price, $5.5 million, understanding that X wide receivers who can play on the line of scrimmage and who have the speed to get deep are very hard to find. There's not too many of those guys even in this draft right now. So it's a value. It's a value and it's a necessity to this offense. Young says, so if Woolen plays well this season, do we let him walk come contract time anyways? With Spoon's contract coming up? If I would tell you how I'd play it. If one goes out there and gives you a similar season where the tackling numbers are at in general terms, maybe it's, about where it was last year, get you 5, 6, 7 interceptions, or something, get something really bright as far as that return goes. What I would look to do is take the Frank Clark route of this. You apply the franchise tag, but you never have any draw to really stick the franchise on him. You're just looking to place it on him so that you can move him for a second-round pick. Something like that, if it worked out to the best case scenario. That's the way that I would play it. Moho says, Kupp was great last year for the first few games. Then I think he got hurt versus the Cards in game 3 or never was the same all season. Yeah, I think that's right, Moho. I think he was kind of dealing with some injuries and never at really 100%. I think there's a little bit of a question with him about whether or not he's kind of had, used up a little bit, maybe not quite, just has the juice anymore, especially something Jake, our guy that covers the Rams on the NFC West Roundtable, has mentioned that there's a little bit of maybe a restriction with him. The lateral cutting ability still has the straight line explosiveness and speed. Hands are there, but the lateral cutting ability maybe not be the same it once was. Hey, Josh, Kupp looked so washed last season, I couldn't believe it. Pretty wild to watch, isn't it? And we saw the same thing with Deebo Samuel, and I think that there's a reason that both of those two players look that way, is that they both have in common their team really took a given season on them, a couple seasons on them, and really leaned on them probably a little bit too heavily. When those slot receivers are being used like running backs, that's a beating to take. There's a reason why these running backs are done by the time they're 28 years old, because you take those extra hits and your body will not last. First, having guys that are outside wide receivers like Devontae Adams types that take a little bit less of the beating, and so then their career can have a little more longevity with it. Seth says, question, is the reason we aren't moving off of Uchenna because most of the contract is guaranteed at $32 million? Just curious. I don't know. I think that they're trying to work on restructuring it, Seth. I think a restructure will come down the line. So I think that that was really just, they wanted to keep him back. They just wanted to adjust the number. Aiden, how am I feeling about the additions to the team so far? I like the additions. I think that they're all really instructed by the team understanding it needed to take a bit of a step back this year. It doesn't mean they can't compete or contend this year. It's possible. it means that they're not trying to drive hard for it. The timing was not quite right to do that. And so I'm fine with all of the 3 players you brought in. I'm fine with the contract extensions. The Jaron Reed one kind of annoys me a little bit about what it's going to do to Byron Murphy, but whatever, that's fine. But I like the fact these are short-term deals and you're setting the stage for to have the option to go with Darnold if it clicks, but if it doesn't, you've got some other options that you can move down the line to at the quarterback position and really set the stage for 2026 where you'll have a lot more money to spend. You're not releasing contracts to get yourself under the cap. You've got a little bit maybe more understanding about where your quarterback situation is, especially if you go and you draft a guy in this draft somewhere in addition to having Darnold there. You got your line better in point than for 26. So it's really as much as the moves, Aiden, it's the direction and the willingness to take that step back, which I very, very much am in favor of. Yeah, Thrill House, Amari Cooper is more washed than Cooper Kupp even. I mean, well, I don't even know if Cooper Kupp's washed, but Amari Cooper is washed, that's for sure. Haley says, Brandon, shh. They pay Purdy at least $60 million a year. They get the locker room impact if they can't show loyalty to Mr. Made Himself Relevant. This is not just so the 49ers implode. You're right. I got it wrong. Dave, I changed that. You can't let a leader like this leave your clubhouse. And if you let a guy like this, who's had to pick himself up from his knuckles, who's had his shoulder torn apart and had to rebuild himself like a freaking cyborg from square one, if you've taken that guy who's done that, who's put that work in, who's rehabbed himself in that way, and then you don't pay him, the reverberations of negativity and demolition echo through that 49ers locker room. You're right, Haley. I don't know what I don't know what I was saying there earlier. Spencer says, you think he joined the Bills super late, so maybe chemistry issues? Could have been that. Bit of a different offense. Guy in Josh Allen, where just sometimes you don't have that chemistry with the quarterback as well. Game Taco, Brandon, thoughts on the Niners signing Mac Jones? Mac Jones is awful. Well, we know for sure now, don't we, that it was Mac Jones that Shanahan had wanted over Trey Lance. I think that we can say that signing does sincerely mean that is the truth of it. And I don't like Mac Jones. I didn't like him before. He seemed like he was kind of like a psychopath. You seen some of the cut-ups of that guy, twisting guys' ankles that sack him and stuff? Like, what is wrong with you, dude? I feel like he's got a screw loose or something, which maybe you kind of want that in quarterbacks sometimes, but he seems like the screw twists in the wrong direction. You want to hunker that screw back down. Spencer says, so they either pay Purdy $50 million or start Mac. Life is pretty good, eh? Yeah, when people want to feel bad about the Darnold situation, I go, if I may. Add us, Brandon, tomorrow, day 4 of free agency. Still no guard signing. Do you think we will sign a guard tomorrow? We already signed wide receiver, tackle, quarterback, pass rusher, but we need a guard still. I don't know. I don't know on that. I would think yes, but they've been unpredictable when it comes to this offensive line, especially when it comes to spending money on the offensive line. It's very hard to quite pin this one down and have any kind of certainty. It's very much hard. Chase, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Brandon, who are your blue chip prospects this year? Well, the list has leaned out for me on this one, and it really has. Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan, Abdul Carter, Michael Williams from Georgia, Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, and I do currently have Will Johnson there, but I go back and forth with Will Johnson because of the fact that you are basing it a lot on the 23 tape and not the 24 tape with him. But the 23 tape is amazing. It looks just like Patrick Surtain did coming out of college to me. That would be my comp. So those are my only blue chip grades. There are a couple of guys that I'm right on the line with that I almost just about want to give them blue chip grades. I almost want to give Jahad Campbell a blue chip grade. I almost want to give Tet McMillan a blue chip grade. I almost want to give Armand Mebbo a blue chip grade. All of those guys I'm really, really pulled on, but I just couldn't quite get there with them. Mike Skinner and Booker won me over. Booker has won me over. Damn the scheme. Damn the scheme fit. Dude is a beast. We can trade back, but not out of the first round. I'd take him in a heartbeat. I ain't going to worry about him having bust factor, Mike. Testing scores are not coming out of combine, to your point. I know I'm getting the floor with this guy. And the floor is something with this team and this offensive line right now, which would be a huge benefit because the floor has fallen out from under our left guard, our center, our right guard recently way too often. He gives you at the bare minimum that league average play and probably gives it to you out the jump and probably gives you something more improved beyond that long term. I'm okay with it too. I don't love seeing where the testing's at. Might not be a scheme fit. He might look at him and say, look, we love the player, but we've got to have guys that move a certain way here. I'd completely get that, but he's a fun player. Chance 4-round mock. You got Emowari. I'm a little early for me, but I'm okay. I'm with you. Jonas Savania. I'm with it. Tumialoa. Terrace Ferguson. Torrey Horton. Kobe Bryant. I'm with a few of them, Chance. I can't go with Emowari in the first. JT Tumialoa. That's a little early for me. I'm more 4th, 5th round grade with him. Some people are higher with him then. Terrace Ferguson's fun though. Tight end. I like that one. Great yak guy from the tight end position. Kind of right there with Fannin as far as both being really good yak guys. Steve says if Kupp wants to stay in the West, his opinions besides us are the Chargers. Already have McConkey. Arizona, they suck. Las Vegas also suck. San Francisco seems to be scaling back. Yeah, San Francisco's not a fit for him, I don't think, for the personnel that they have there quite. I wouldn't, especially with them tightening the belt strap. But yeah, I agree. I'd add on top of that with the Chargers, you have Mark Roman running that offense, and they're not exactly going to be running the route concepts that exactly fit to what Kupp does. I think you'd want to go to more of a West Coast style, pure West Coast style offense. James says, good evening. Loving the upgrades. What's up, Chase? Thank you, man. Or James. And thank you again, Chase, on the $2 dono. Michael M says, relying on John for actually having a good draft. Yeah, we're going to have to rely on it. We don't want to have to be there, but sometimes... it's just what it is. Where it goes. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Was it Jody or John who said no to 5 years for Fries? I don't know. We heard some reporting on that. We heard other reporting coming back from Bob Condotta on the other side. Nothing was really fully confirmed with that, Taker. It was, and you're having two different points of reporting coming out from two different sort of source spots of it. I would say as a bottom line to it, whether it was Jody or not, while I was a little annoyed to hear that Jody would come in with putting the kibosh on the 4th year, I could understand on the 5th year. No free agents out there are being given 5-year contracts. And certainly to give a 5-year contract out to a guy that has four games starting out that are really driving you to give him that deal, yow. That's got a lot of road for failure. And I wasn't a big Fries guy anyway. So the fact they got to 5th year, not just merely 4 years, it being that Seattle only wanted to go 3 and it was to 4, but it got to 5. That's quite a bit. Oboe is my religion. Just joined. Thoughts on Nick Nash? I haven't had a chance to take a look yet at Nick Nash. He is on my list. Bobo is a guy to take a look at, but I haven't had a chance to scout him up. He says, I think I want Nick Emowari. Would be a dominant force in this defense. They don't get freakier. Not the safety position. I'll tell you that. James, I hope Lumayas does shine in this blocking system. And I think he does come out of Utah with a heavy amount of zone-based stuff rolling, doesn't he? Tevin Jenkins is gone. No, Tevin Jenkins is still in play. Samuel Cochran says Lawrence deal is 3 years, $32.5 million with $18 million guaranteed. Incentives could add nearly $10 million to the deal. Be worth it if he hits those incentives. I think the deal will come out to it too, Samuel, is the first 2 years will look really, really, really good. And then after 2 years, they'll have a real feasible way to get out of there. Yeah, he says, honestly, I think defenders take team-friendly deals to stay with Mike. Might make things more affordable. We've already seen very friendly deals with Reed, Jones, and Lawrence now. It could be possible. We've got to pay max prices on offense, Haley, but we're getting some discounts defensively, to your point. Just the last name was Z's riddled throughout. Yeah, no Tevin yet. We're good to go on the no Tevin yet. RSF 24 thoughts on Kupp to Seattle. I think it makes a lot of sense. RSF, he's general familiarity with this offense and the West Coast offense. I think that it's not you're going to get Kupp at his prime, but you're still going to get a version of Kupp that when he's been on the field, he's still been very effective as a player. He can play Z. He can play a little bit of slot if you need him to go in there. He blocks his ass off. I don't think that he's going to cost a lot of money to that side of things. You're going to be likely to, at the very least, draft one receiver, maybe two receivers in this class. Having a guy like Kupp in there that's a veteran presence that can help them along in that development couldn't hurt. So I think it's a deal that has a lot of upside to it and very little downside to it, especially considering there's not a lot of commitment that you have to make it go. Seth says, watch the Chiefs get Lockett on a vet minimum deal. I could see it happening. Definitely don't think there's going to be a big market out there for Tyler. I mean, after assessing everything that's happened so far, this free agency, I'm not mad at it. Would be nice to grab at least one guard. Obviously, they want to build through the draft. I'm not mad at it either. Understandable on it, I'm amazed. And the real key point with this is one that people don't necessarily like to hear about, but is the truth, I think, on this is the team did decide this offseason to take that step back a little bit. And that when you look at these moves, you got to look at these moves in consideration of understanding that. It doesn't mean you can't contend or compete in 2025, but it does mean that they've set the stage for that being a possibility with these moves as opposed to being hyper aggressive and pedal to the metal and let the freak flag fly, so to speak. Just as I will say, I find it intriguing that John attempted to sign both Dahlman and Freeze. Dahlman ultimately wanted to be a part of the Bears offense, and Freeze is coming off a broken leg. True enough. True enough. Cool that at least it was open to trying, Joseph. That's a step in the right direction from where he's been in prior years. At least he's not signing Purdy will implode their locker room. Signing him implodes the team. Checkmate. What's up, me? Good to see you now. He also tries to kick players in the balls, being Mac Jones. Yeah, he's done that move too, hasn't he? He does the weakest version of the ball kick me because it comes from him on the ground. So he's kicking up. And there's nothing sadder than a man kicking up to another man in the balls. It's an awful look. You're never a badass. There's no way to make yourself look badass doing that. He's weird. There's something a little off on him, me. I'm just saying. I don't know if the antennas go all the way out. I don't know if his rabbit ears extend all the way. Nick Amari, one of the wide receivers. Round one, my preference. Ooh, I'm Amari love. Let's go. Maya says Freeze also didn't want to take the physical, so I see why John didn't want to go with it. Good for John. Yeah. And you can't, not the fifth year. I don't want to do 5. I want to get an offensive lineman as much as anybody, but come on, 5 years? For a guy with those games. And look at who he played in those 4 or 5 games, by the way. Like, kind of bad defenses. Kind of bad defensive lines. Spencer says, Brando, one of my favorite rituals is sitting down for an evening of Hawks Nest with my female orange short hair Rizzo. She and I just watch the TV together, but I think she's looking at Pumpkin. Oh, let's go. Well, she's a very pretty cat. I'm sure other cats are like, wow, it's a stunning feline right there. I appreciate that though, Spencer. Thank you, man. Long time guy on this channel. You've been riding with me for a minute, huh? Benelli, Will Johnson's a better prospect than Spoon. He's bigger, faster, and mirrors receivers better. Yeah, he's really good. Really good. Watch that 23 tape with him if you watch him. Don't lock in on the 24 tape. He's got, I think, an ankle injury. He's fighting through all year. Young Dumb good with trading down too. The more picks in the second, third round we can get, the better. That's my general approach here to this draft. That's where the glut is. That's where the fatty juiciness is. That's where the meat lies of this draft, where you bite the meat and it's just coming. It's just so succulent. It's coming down the face. It's that at that spot of the draft. Not in the 4th, not in the 5th round, right there. Mays, I like Trey Harris. Been watching his tape. I think he's exactly what the offense needs. Me too, man. Great fit. Great route runner. Great hands. Can extend. He'd be a good fit. Yeah, Will Johnson's not faster than Spoon. I would say that. That part is true. Spencer says, Brando, what's your read on why so many people have Malachi Starks falling out of the first round of most mocks? The dude is leagues better than Newbin, for example, even if safety is sort of a luxury. I don't know. I think people just don't like to get on board with a first round safety in general terms unless they have the MORE just real wow factor to them. And Starks, from a testing standpoint, is not going to bring a lot of wow factor. His build's not going to bring a lot of wow factor. So it does just come down to really the tape purely you're going off of. But my assessment and outlook of him is the same as you. Kickoff says Adam Schefter live on TV said the biggest suitors for Kupp are the Pats, the Seahawks, and the Broncos. Okay, we're in the mix, baby. Mike Skinner says the last time the Browns won a division title, the Soviet Union was still a country. The wall hadn't fell yet. I mean, Zabuga is a Who's Hawk fan. Let's see if we get him. Yeah, I don't think we're getting a Buka. No double slots. Who would I draft at 18 if it was up to you, says Shanur? I would take, of likely guys I think that could be there, if I could take a collection of guys possible that could be in that spot. If Kenneth Grant's there, I'm all over it. If Ted McMillan were to drop, I'd be all over it. If Armando Mabo were to drop in there, I would jump all over him. Will Johnson, I don't think will drop, but if he did, that would be a guy at the cornerback position that I would take in there. Those would be kind of the no-brainer easy ones. There's other guys like a Kelvin Banks. Will Campbell, if he fell, would be kind of cool too. I don't think Will's going to fall, but I'm not really super picky there at 18. There's a variety of different guys. I do think it'll probably be a defensive guy, Shanur, like a Kenneth Grant, like a Mikael Williams kind of guy. They'll be probably the guy that is there and available. Beyond Balance. Thank you for the $5 donation, Beyond Balance, as well as being a member of the channel. I really thank you for that support, and you guys are amazing as ever on all of the donations today. Thank you for that. Haven't been able to donate for a while. Thanks for what you do, and we'll get through this. Maybe this offensive coordinator will convince John that the O-line matters. Great thoughts on your part of positivity, which I love, because there has been a lot of negativity swirling about. I've had my moments the past couple of days. Many of us in the chat have. It's kind of the way, the nature of the beast at times. But we will get through this. This too shall pass. I heard the whole story about kind of where that whole saying comes from, Beyond Balance, which is that King Solomon asked one of his people to go find a particular ring. And he wanted a ring, and he said, I want you to find me a ring that will make me sad when I'm happy and happy when I'm sad. How do you find that ring? So the man looked at the towns and the villages and scoured everywhere he could look. And finally, he goes to a shop and he tells this ring maker about the ring. I got just the ring for you. Comes out with the ring, gives him the ring, and takes it back to Solomon, who's in the middle of a festival, and they're partying and drinking. Everybody's eating and they're having fun. And he brings the ring in, and Solomon smiles and laughs and says, "Show me this ring that you have brought." And he brings the ring, and it instantly makes him start to, get morose and quiet, and the whole party dies down. And the inner working of it, like a lot of these tales with the Bible within that, there's a lesson to be had at there, which is that, in good times, this too shall pass. In bad times, this too shall pass. And we're not necessarily in bad times, but we might be in a place of needing to rework this a little bit. As I've said, this isn't a rebuild, this isn't a tank. I think those words are a little bit triggering, number one, and I also don't think that they kind of quite capture what's going on with this team and what we're trying to do. And so, yeah, you got to go through a little more pain to get there. But if you're doing it properly, you're doing it intelligently, the good times come too. And the bad times shall pass. So I love it, man. I love where you're coming from, Beyond Balance. Just watching, hitting that like button. You're a member of the channel as well. That's plenty of stuff you're doing to support this channel and have my back on that. And I thank you for that. All you do. So appreciate you, my man. And we will get through this. Mike Skinner says, my favorite wide receivers in this draft for us are Jack Besh and Trey Harris. Great picks. Can't shake a stick at either of those two. Jack's one of my guys, and Trey Harris is right there with him for me. I do have Jack in the second round, but I have Trey Harris in the third round at the top of my third round. So I like him a lot. You watch the dart tape, your eyes get more drawn to Trey Harris on the tape as far as kind of some of the wow factor aspect of things. Have a good night, Thrill House. Haley, isn't Kupp a slot wide receiver? Nope, he's been mainly a time. He's had times where he's been outside and he's been inside. He gets split up quite a bit between the two on that, I believe. See where he was at recently here. Yeah. So he's kind of a half and half guy. You can kind of half and half him a little bit there. Rockman drums, Gray Sable at 18th, then grab the nastiest edge that I don't care. Laughing out loud, D-tackled another O-line. Guy Nelson grab nasty blocking. I'm with a Rockman. Let's go. Jay Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. Who are some players you think are likely to be BPA at 18? I think those guys that I just mentioned, Chase, are really the guys that are the BPA guys when you're sitting there at that spot. So it would be, I don't think McMillan's lasting. I don't think Mabo's lasting. So you probably want to move them off that. I do kind of keep coming back to defense being the thing that stands out to me here, where Grant, Mykel Williams, Jalen Walker, Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, even to a degree a Shamar Stewart. He's the hardest guy to get a feel for where NFL franchises are at as far as really his true valuation in this draft. Is he more of a second round tools guy as I see him? Or is there some NFL team that's going to be just so wowed by the tools and the traits that they go, we got to take that guy in the first round. So he's a real possibility in there, but I got to say that when it comes to the offensive guys, outside of the Kelvin Banks, considering some of these other guys are going to be off the board, you could reach up for a guy like Zabel, but Zabel's more late first to early second than he is 18. That's where I just keep coming back into my mind as far as the likely BPA comes down to defense, and that's who it is. Emawari's another guy. I don't quite have him in the first round, but I can certainly understand, like Stewart, how there might be a team that ends up looking at this player with the raw goods and says that's worthy of being the 18th overall selection. And so I think defense is as keen as I can go on this one. I think offense, it's only as if you get a guy that dips that you don't think should be available there to you. Will Campbell, Mabo, McMillan. Those would be the main guys in there. There's a slight chance Golden would be the guy there at 18 too, because the value's about right there, Chase, where Golden, that's right where you want to probably be picking him, the other wide receiver. But those would be the main guys I think are in the crosshairs. Washi says, bro, still active. Let's go. Me, off topic, but are you going to tune in to the Players' Championship tomorrow, Brandon? I hadn't planned on it, me. Nope. We got the 12 o'clock B&B show, and then I got some prospect videos to work on, and I got some scouting to work on tomorrow. Those are my main plans. Seth, Morris tape is good, but not mind-blowing. People are blowing up his stock because of his combine. Yeah, a bit. I had the same outlook on it. Amazed, I like Campbell a lot. If he's there, I wouldn't be mad if we went that route. Ernest and Campbell would give me KJ and Bobby vibes. He's a great player. He is. I'll tell you though, with Tyrese Knight, the thing with that Amaze to me is that, the Tyrese Knight season that he has is not to be undersold. Tyrese Knight had the best season for you for a rookie will linebacker of anybody here going back 20 years. He had a better rookie year than KJ Wright. You got to go to Leroy Hill in 2005 to find a player that had this kind of impact in his rookie year. And so Campbell might give you a moderate increase over him, but Campbell's best position might also be a Mike rather than a Will. He might be workable as a Will, like Jordan Brooks was workable as a Will, but he might be at his best really as a Mike. And so I think that he's really off the board at this point in a big way. I think that the Hawks are just going to look to a different direction on that, and that's really as much just because of Tyrese's Knight's development and what he gave you last year. Tezagaku, Miles really ruined his career with his re-signing with the Browns. Mr. I want to win proceeds to sign back. Yeah, it's not a bad look. If you're going to take that route, take that route. You don't have to take it. Nobody's going to hold you over the barrel if you say, look, I just want to play for one team and make my money, and that's that. People are going to be fine with that. But don't say it's about winning and then it's all about the money, because you do look a little out of gray light. Shanur says, thanks for the response. I love your takes and videos. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Shanur. Hope I pronounced the name correctly on that. It's a great question. And certainly one of the most important ones as we approach this draft, because I do think they'll be affixed to about, it's 8 or 9 guys, which is still a pretty big list of guys there at 18, but it is kind of then down to those 8 or 9 guys from this big list we started out with and trying to determine who those available guys are, who's the right pick at that spot. Haley, I like Mustafa as my favorite safety last season. This year, I'm all in on Emawari. Just saying. You hit it out the park on that one, Haley. You might be right again on this one. You can understand, even if I like to say good, but then you have somebody that says, no, I love Emawari. It adds up. You get where people are coming from on that with the flavor of it. I'm not quite to the spot of being wanting to be grab him in the first round, but I understand it completely. And Bomber says, I think BTJ is arguably better than McMillan. BTJ. You got me thrown. You're throwing me off on the BTJ. Doesn't mean me. Rockman, I like Zabel because he's a farmer. They don't take plays off or days off. There we go, Rockman. They don't indeed. I said I was in the draft the 4th. That's what I'm saying, because he's physically gifted just means he's a surefire first rounder. Yeah, that's fair. First legs is the Seahawks are getting Tyler Warren. He's a fun player. GSD, can Irsay play guard, right guard? Yes, I do believe he can, GSD. He has been a tackle at college only. But what stands out with Irsay is he tested really well, which was great at the combine. He hit the markers you'd want to hit him to be a guard in the system. And the other part with him is that he's really young. And then he's got this 330-pound frame that he's able to just carry that weight effortlessly. And he's wide as I've called it. He's wide as 2 fridges stacked together. So he has kind of the natural build of a guard, natural size, power, and weight of a guard, the length of a guard, tested well enough to fit into the guard. Some of this is a little bit of a leap because I don't always know for sure and looking at tape and making the assumption the guy can move inside. But he would seem to have the telltale signs of being able to do it. Motive is able as a day 1 starter and a really good left guard, which is what we need. Why would it be bad to take him at 18 instead of him trying to wait for 50? I would not say bad would be the word I would use, Motive. I'd like to try to move back in the first round because it is a little bit early to take him. But this kind of gets filed under the column like the Booker thing. And that is that you would like to set up your draft with your free agency that you've taken care of things so that when you get to the draft, you're not reaching for need. Unfortunately, it would seem like the Seahawks are setting the stage up for that to not be the reality of their situation. So what you'd like to have happen versus what has to happen are 2 different things. And to your point on this, what kind of is then maybe going to have to happen at that point is you're going to have to go and reach on an alignment a little bit earlier than where he is supposed to go otherwise to make sure that you address it appropriately. So it is a little early for me, but I'm not going to be angry at that pick, Motive. I'm not going to be like, that's a bad pick. It's just you are pulling a little bit early for a guy like that. And some of it was able to, is a little bit of worry for me of, can he play guard at the next level, or is he really more likely to slide into center as the true position that he's due to go to? That's why I say he's kind of this year Motive. He's this year's Graham Barden. Barden went kind of into that 20s of the first round. That's kind of where Zabel should go to. But I'm not going to hate it if they go early. I get it. And I agree, he is not going to make it to 50. It's very true. Spencer says, hey, nobody bats 100, but this man gets damn close sometimes. 1,000. Thank you, man. He says, what if the teams just go all offense like last year, laughing out loud? It's possible. And look, you've dealt with a lot defensively. Outside of nose tackle, you don't have anything that's really defining as a necessity. You got some things you'd like to get, but NT is all it's at right now. Jay says, Will Johnson Spoon would be crazy. They'd be a great combination. Plus, it'd give you some leverage on the Woolen situation so you're not caught in the barrel if he does go and have a great year next year. You got a little bit of ability to pivot if you have to, if you don't want to reach that cost that he might hit. Rockman says Detroit will grab Zabel if he's still there for sure. I could see it. And they do have a need there with Zeitler moving on. Zeitler filled in for Jonah Jackson, who they lost in free agency to the Rams the prior year. They do have Rich Mahogany. They've got Christian Mahogany. I'm saying that name. Who played pretty well for them at the end of the year there. He might be their answer at Zeitler's position. What are my thoughts on Marcus Mbow? Marcus Mbow is a guy that I have graded as a high second round grade in this draft. I like him a lot. 6'5", 300, I think he's 6'3", 300. He's a good looking athletic right tackle. He's got karate master hands back there, just constantly moving, constantly resetting. You knock the hands off the chest and he's getting them right back in there in the way his hands work, which I really like. His blows are quick and precise rather than heavy-handed. So you get some offensive linemen that want to lock out and really, really rack into it. With him, he's more of just kind of creating those hands where he's controlling you by he's kind of patty caking you a little bit, but not in a bad way, because he's doing it with athleticism and staying in front of you. And it's part of why I think he can work inside with how he goes, because he's so quick with his hands. I think that'll work really well when he gets kicked in, or if he were to get kicked into guard. In pass protection, he mirrors the pass rusher with a good change of direction. His technique also extends to mastering the Trent Williams pulling the chair move out in pass protection. Where you get the guy really charging hard and you just sort of drop him down the ground, because it's like when you're also in basketball where you're in the post and you got the guy in the post and you're defending him and he's trying to back you down and you just sort of step away and he falls backwards. He's got that down pat. He's got a good anchor with lockout power to stop a pass rusher cold. As good as his hand usage is, it can be sometimes hit or miss. He is a big-time hugger in pass protection, which is sometimes what I wondered about him kicking more into guard, where he doesn't have to deal as much of the twitchiness. So I'm not surprised to see the 7 penalties he had last year. But you do see him climbing the second level at times. He moves very well in space. I think he's fully capable in any movement-based scheme. In fact, probably best suited to that. You just got to clean up a little bit of his hand strikes, but still a 21-year-old kid, very young. Like his upside quite a bit. Mike says Tyrese Knight was a Mike Mack pick in the draft. Absolute trust in coach after that when evaluating linebackers. Yep, Mike made the best pick of the draft last year as far as productivity goes, Mike, to your point on that. Jay says Will Johnson basically plays in the McDonald scheme already too. Yep, he has familiarity with this scheme, so he hits the ground running. Motive says, is Zabel so much better than one of the guards we can get later to make it worth missing on one of the defenders who are also deep this season? So many questions. It's a great question. And I don't know if I have a necessarily sure answer. It depends on, of course, where the team's real evaluation is on Zabel, guard, center, all that stuff. I would tend to think the defender is going to be the more highly graded. You'll have your board, and the guy on the board will be a defender probably above Zabel on that. But that's where it gets sticky, because do you want to reach for need or just stand pat on it? It's tough. Does get tough. Mark Keys. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Mark. Welcome aboard, and I appreciate you subbing up. Folks, if you get a chance today, please do hit that like button, as it does help me grow, and I do appreciate it. Shanair says, haha, yeah, the name is pronounced Shanae or Shanair. Okay, I want to get it right, Shanair. And I'm renowned for butchering last names. I called Demarcus Lawrence Dexter Lawrence in my video today. I'm getting quite mealy-mouthed in my old age with names. Bad. Teeza, Jimmy Horn, Will Shepard. I got to look at some of those Colorado guys, Teeza. I've been slow on them, and that's my bad, because Horn had a really good East-West Shrine game, and could be a really interesting guy to take a look at. He's got the lineage too, right? Horn was a hell of a receiver, his dad. I got to take a look at him. He's one of my next guys on my list. Thanks for reminding me on that. I've been late on getting around to him. Hoop grades, which team had the best free agency? Hard not to give the tip of the hat to the Bears. You gave almost nothing up for Joe Thuney. You have Drew Dahlman signed on, where you have an offensive line market that's exploding across the board. You somehow get Joe Thuney on, or Drew Dahlman onto a very, very, I would call it almost a team-friendly contract. So in many ways, they've been able in free agency to rebuild. I think they had another offensive lineman on top of that, but they've been able to really rebuild their offensive line in a major way. And that was their necessity, like ours, heading into this offseason. That was their point of priority, like us this offseason. And they had a lot of work to do like us this offseason. So I've got to say they've probably been the most impressive, and the Patriots have probably been the least impressive. And I just feel like they just throw money at problems every couple of years. And it's not even like good money. It's like guys where you're like, really? Really? That? I don't know. Just which NFL player has the most aura? Good question. I don't know. It's a good question. Allen? Holmes? Motive Hawks Nest, this is why this is the best Seahawks channel. Good interaction for us fans. Thanks, Brandon. Thank you, Motive. I really appreciate that, man. That's definitely the hope and the goal here. Thoughts on Zach Charbonnet and the new offense? I'm not sure if it's going to work as well with Zach Charbonnet and the new offense. It could. I'm not saying that we have to move him. But the worry that I have with Zach is that this offense tends to be one that's pretty heavily laden with looking for these backs that are really hyper explosive. And you like the size too. He brings that. I did get a 1.54 split testing out of the combine. So he, from a testing standpoint, numbers, he would seem to have it. But there are sometimes you watch him on tape and you do wonder about some of his suddenness. And it does tend to be in the wide zone, more of kind of the prerequisite of what you're looking for. But I think he ran some of it out there at UCLA, a little bit under Chip Kelly when he was there. And I think they'll find a way to work him into it and make it functional with it. But this offense does have a kind of style of running back it looks for that's kind of a, for lack of a better term, kind of the boring running back that's got a little bit of extra size, a lot of extra explosive and speed to them is kind of an ideal of what you're looking for. And Charbonnet gets close to those markers, not quite to the archetype, I would say, Palestine maybe, of the exact kind of back you'd maybe be looking for on this. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark. And for all of your donations and support the past few days, man, you've been awesome. Hey, B, we know what positions we want and need to address in the draft. What are the positions that you think we don't need and should stay away from? Ooh, good question. Okay, first off, we don't need any more 3-techs. 3-tech defensive tackles, we good. If Uchenna Nwosu and Demarcus Lawrence are going to remain on this roster, I really don't see a lot of intelligence behind drafting an edge unless you're just going for a guy who has got the Shamar Stewart-like ceiling to them, where you can't get beyond that it's too good. So I think that edge would be another one that I would look at and say, you're okay. I think inside linebacker doesn't need to be addressed till late. I think your tackle situation is fine. You can look at a tackle guard kind of dude like an Arase or maybe Mbo, but I think in general your tackle situation is good with the depth and the starters that you have in place there. Running back is another spot that I would say you really can stay away from. I can understand the draw to take a back because the class is so good, but Hololani was mentioned above on this by Haley on that. Hololani has got some legitimate talent as that fourth guy. You're struggling to get touches to the first 3 guys. It's just not a point of priority. Slot wide receiver would be another one. Don't think it's a priority here. I think you've got enough guys, especially bringing up a Cooper Kupp. I mean, even Marcus Valdez Scantling last year had a quarter of his snaps operating out of the slot. So you've got plenty of slot snap helps in there to roll with that. Safety, kind of. I think safety's on board, Mark, because you get a year ahead of the Kobe Bryant situation, as well as the Julian Love deal, where Julian Love still is cheap this next year, but then by year 3, he starts to get a little expensive, and maybe you look at that point to find the cheaper upgrade that might be a better upgrade at that point. But those would be the only positions. You're kind of set in a few different spots, to be honest with you. Mike Terrell's got the most aura. That's for sure. Pedro Mendoza, Brandon, why don't you like to wake up early? I can't go to bed early. That's my main problem. I am a late night owl. If I drink coffee, I stay up late. If I don't drink coffee, I stay up late. I just have a really hard time going to bed at night. I almost have to be to like a point of exhaustion to finally fall asleep, Pedro. Like my brain's kind of always so just like, it's like, can't turn it off. I don't have a cruise control button. Mike Skinner, Dixon's got the most aura of any punter, that's for sure. Hoop Craze, thoughts on DK having a goodbye post, but not Geno? Also, why has Geno's deal not been done yet? it's just the start of the league year, Hoop Craze. So you don't announce these new deals until the start of the league year anyway. So we're going to start to hear about the deals within the 24 hours of the opening league year. Probably by tomorrow, for instance, you'll hear the league new year come down and speak on that. So that's the main reason there with that. Indeed, we did get the DK Metcalf goodbye post, which was cool and really kind of him. People were mentioning about why he hadn't done it earlier a couple days ago, and I was like, "Look, man, the guy's got to move across the country. He's scrambling right now. You know, he'll get it out here eventually." So not a surprise there on that side. I was going to see if I could find it. I thought I'd saved it, but I hadn't saved it here, so I don't know where it's at. It's somewhere. But you can look it up online if you're looking for it there on the DK thing. It was a cool little note to the Seahawks fans, and really was cool on his part to do that, I thought. Very, very, wasn't just like 5 line or 2 sentences, you know, thanks, peace. It was like, it was a pretty cool little post by DK, I thought, on his side. He's a Malachi Starks or Emawari. I would go for Malachi Starks. I think Emawari's got more ceiling, but Malachi Starks is not far away from the ceiling of Emawari, and he's closer to it than Emawari is right now, would be my feeling. Shanur says, when's the next stream with you and Seahawks Brandon Nelson? So we will be back tomorrow, Shanur, at 12 o'clock. We'll be doing the stream at that time. So folks do join me back in there. We will kind of put a wrap on this at this point. We've got another dono in the house, but we'll kind of put a button at this point. So I will be back tomorrow for the B&B show. 12 o'clock, me and Brendan are going to be chopping it up. We might have some Cooper Kupp news at that point. Might have some Tevin Jenkins news at that point. So get strapped in on that side of it and get it rolling. Young, what's my favorite candy? I don't really eat much candy. Don't eat too much. And I'm kind of random when I do. I'm all over the place, but it's very infrequent. Not a big candy guy as I've gotten older. For some reason, I used to love it. Mark Sanchez, finishing us off right, and I appreciate all of your donations, not only today, but throughout these days, and all of the support, as well as being a member of the channel. Mark, I watched a lot of Colorado games. Jimmy Horn Jr. had a rough story with his pops. He's an honor student that plays like Dougie B. Definitely a 2.0 version. Ooh, you're getting me excited, man. Getting me excited to check out his tape. It's one of those guys you keep meaning to get around to, and then you just don't quite get around to it. But you're like hearing about the Shrine. You're hearing about some of the good stuff he was doing out there in Colorado. I saw a couple of cuts of him looking pretty good. And again, his dad was an absolute dog on the field. I mean, he was a very productive receiver in this sport, especially with the Saints. But I'm looking forward to Mark. I'll try to have a report for you on the next go around on what I saw from him. But that's good to see that he's maybe rounding out those ranks in kind of that day 3, because we were running on some of the mocks earlier over the last couple of days, Mark. You really saw that there was really it gets thin there at the receiving core as you get into round 4 or 5. You're kind of going, yikes. This is lean. Like, where are all my names? Where's my Besh? Where's my Savion? Where's my Trey Harris? It's tough, man. Thank you, though. Appreciate the donations and all the support today. And check back in. Let me see what's I'll try to take a look at that Jimmy Horn by the next show. He's only 5'8". It's not the size of the dog, right? It's the size of the fight in the dog. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Very kind of you. It says, fire John Schneider and hire Hawks Nest, and we will contend. I'll get us to the promised land, man. I'll do it. I don't care what it takes. I don't care what it takes. I will make it happen. By sheer will of force, Daniel, I will make it happen. Thank you, man. I appreciate the donations. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, I wish I had a good candy. I don't know. I don't have a good candy. I used to like Butterfingers and stuff. I don't get candy bars anymore at all. Part of that, though, is too, is that you get into your 40s like I am, and you got to be a little more selective with the caloric intake, you know? You eat a candy bar and literally your stomach goes, like, I just had a candy bar, you know? You have like one donut. What just happened? What just God happened? I'm now fat? It's wild. It's a wild life getting your mid-40s. Wu-Tang, with 10 picks, who do you think the Hawks will pick at 18? And will we keep the trade pick or trade down? I think there's a variety of different guys in there that you can go with. I think it's hard to predict whether they trade down or not. I think as many picks as you already do have right now, it's probably unlikely that you do trade down. Matthew Golden, Arante Arce, Kelvin Banks, Armand Mabu, Kenneth Grant, Michael Williams, Jalen Walker, Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, all are very much possibilities there at that 18th pick, I would say. Wu-Tang. All those collection of those guys I just mentioned. Maybe Will Campbell in there if he were to dip and slide. That'd be another guy that you could put in that collection. But I think it's between those guys mainly. They would be my betting favorites as to one of those cats will be the guy that you take, and probably a defensive player. Shanur, thank you for the $1 donation as well. I really appreciate that support. Very kind of you dropping your first dono on the live stream here on the channel. Thank you for that. And we'll see you tomorrow at 12. Looking forward to it. Brandon Pumpkin out here killing it. We appreciate you both. Well, thank you guys, as we had a great show here today once again, as we always do. And especially it's just been so encouraging as I go online with Twitter, and I see how people are discussing and talking about things online. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, this is World War Seahawk. Like every fan is at every throat online. And you're just like, okay, guys, like let's take a step back and breathe here. Hold on. Doesn't have to be this intense. But it's been really cool the past 3 days that while that's kind of going on and while those feelings are real and they're out there and people are feeling in a variety of areas about this team, you guys are able to kind of keep it even keeled here and discuss all of the stuff that there is to kind of sift through this situation in this team and what's going on and where they're going on and maybe keep the discussion just respectful and funny and on point and intelligent. You guys do it every time I go live, and it blows me away every time it goes live because, like I say, you look into the other places of things, and that is not how the discussion is breaking down in other spots. I can tell you that for sure. As I was like, geez, this is going to be, I thought I was going to need to bring my my soldier's hat, my hard hat in with me today or something, Like, it's going to get maybe a little dodgy here, but not at all. You guys have been in a great state of mind, great frame of mind, optimistic, hopeful. We may or may not have to wait a little bit next year, but we're on the right path, and we're doing intelligent things. People want speed. People want quickness. I get it because it has been 10 years. That's the part where I understand where people are coming from on that. But this is happening in the right way. You're going in the right direction. For years, we've had a team that's made moves that are counterintuitive or don't make sense or are stupid or silly on the surface of it. Here, you're making moves that make sense, and you can see what the team is trying to get done. You can see what the philosophy is going to be driven by. You're going to play defense. You're going to run the ball. These are the things that the team is going to lead with in many ways. You still need to pass, but it ain't necessarily the forefront of what you're doing here and what's leading the stack. And the team is operating thusly as they should with the head coach you hired who is a defensive head coach. I thank you guys for watching today. If you could for me, please hit that like button as it does help this channel grow majorly. We are also, of course, sponsored by Underdog Fantasy, still sponsoring the Hawks Nest here. You can use my code NEST at any time as a first-time user. They'll match you 2-to-1, so $100 down, they'll give you $50 back. $500 down, $250 back, all the way to $2,000 deposit of your initial deposit. They'll give you $1,000 back in your pocket. Use my code today, NEST. There are some limitations with Underdog Fantasy that do apply in the state of Washington, but if you are a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app completely in full, no restrictions whatsoever. And we've got baseball on deck there. I know that football is out, but you got baseball rolling now. You got basketball rolling. You can put some parlays together with that and go win yourself some money. Schedule over the next couple of days. We've got tomorrow, 12 o'clock. We're going to be doing the B&B show, so we'll be riding right back with you guys on that with hopefully some updates on free agency. Back on Saturday as well. If you're a member of the channel on Saturday, we're going to be doing a members-only show on Saturday. So 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you're a member of the channel, look at your community post right now if you're a member of the channel, because on your community post, you will see a link directly to that show, Saturday, 3 o'clock. Call on in. Talk up with me. Let's chat it up. Let's chop it up. Let's figure this offseason out and what's happening with this team. Hate what they do. Love what they're doing. Let me know. I'd love to hear from you guys. So we'll be back on Saturday with that as well. Sunday as well with the show. So lots still lined up over the next couple of days. We don't slow down here, man. There's no off season here. Me, thank you for finishing us off with this is what me does. He always finishes off with a big old monster donation. No big deal. Just dropping big old 20 stack. Here you go. As we're walking out, here you go. Thank you for that, me. I really appreciate that $20 donation. That is very kind for you as well. Much like with Mark, dropping so many big-time donations over the last couple of days or last couple of weeks. And I really do appreciate that support. You allow me to do what I get to do here, and I love what I get to do. He says, stay positive when you can. Be grateful always. Look for the light, even in the dark. Because what I've learned in life is it can be much worse. Appreciate you, B, fellow 12s, and go Hawks. Indeed, that is the case. Salient wisdom, great wisdom at that, and some that I definitely find myself aligned to as well with this, which is that you always got to consider their perspective, and you can get lost in the forest despite the trees and the heat of the battle and the heat of wanting to be this or wanting to be that, but always putting the things in perspective about where things stand. And we got a hell of a team to root for. We've got a good front office that knows what they're doing. Got to get this right. Got to fix some things on that side of it. But the team's in an overall pretty good place, and we've waited for a long period of time, but I think we've seen the darkest point of this franchise over this past 10 years. We didn't know it when we were going through it, but to your point on that, me, I think we've kind of gone through that, and we're heading now down to the path of the good side of it. Got to keep rolling, got to keep cooking, got more work to do on that side of it to culminate this, but really well said on your part. Look for the light, even in the dark. It can always be much worse. That is for sure. And we've got it pretty damn good here, don't we, me? Thank you, man. I really appreciate you for all of your support. And all you do for this channel is you help make this thing go and what you do. So back here in less than 24 hours with you guys. In fact, about 12 hours, we'll be right back with you with the B&B show. I'm going to try to talk Brendan off the ledge, bring him back into the mix. And I'm looking forward to that. So thank you guys for watching. Hit that like button on your way out the door if you get a chance. Please sub up if you also get a chance there if you haven't already. Back soon. Maybe with a Cooper Kupp sign. That'd be pretty nice. Cooper Kupp into Tevin Jenkins tomorrow wouldn't go down too bad, would it? That'd go down pretty smooth, wouldn't it? Yeah, like some $200 whiskey. I could barely even tell I drank that thing. That was smooth as butter. That would feel pretty good, wouldn't it? We'll just have to see. So back in 12, maybe with some good news. Until then, please don't you ever forget, whether you're optimistic or pessimistic, don't you ever forget. Don't you do it. Go Hawks.